I'm in Konoha, and my ninja cats are invincible in the world. This video is purely for entertainment, and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting, and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, You can become stronger by training ninja cats. Land of Fire, Konoha, Uchiha headquarters, ninja tool shop. Cat Granny, Shiraishi is here, please sit down. The slightly fat Cat Granny sat cross-legged, holding a pipe in her hand, took a puff, and blew out a smoke ring. A ginger cat next to her jumped up and broke the smoke ring. When Uchiha Shiraishi walked in, the ninja cats around Cat Granny also looked over. They tilted their heads and stared with round eyes. Even though it was not the first time Shiraishi came here, there is something. Please tell me, Cat Granny. From today on, this ninja tool shop will be handed over to you, Shiraishi. Shiraishi was stunned for a moment. This news was a bit too sudden for Shiraishi. Cat Granny continued. I'm going on a long trip. It will take some time. Maybe I'll be back in 3 to 5 years, or maybe even longer. This ninja tool shop and these little guys are now in your hands. But Granny Cat, I may not be able to do it well. No buts, I believe that you can definitely do it well. Otherwise, this shop will have to be closed, and these little guys will have to become stray cats. Okay, I will take good care of the ninja tool shop and them. Shiraishi could only agree. Granny Cat smiled. Then I'll leave it to you. After saying that, Granny Cat stood up, put away her pipe, coughed twice, and then said, if you can agree to this, Shiraishi, I don't have to worry about anything. I'll leave. Without waiting for Shiraishi to speak, a stream of white smoke exploded on Granny Cat's body. Then, Granny Cat's figure disappeared. One by one, the ninja cats came to Shiraishi's location, got close, sniffed, as if to remember Shiraishi's smell, and rubbed their heads against Shiraishi's body. Shiraishi reached out and touched the head of a tabby cat. Meow. The tabby cat narrowed its eyes slightly, as if it enjoyed the feeling of being stroked. The ninja cat training system is activated. After absorbing the favorability of humans and reaching 90, you can collect them. After collecting, you can make requests to the heavens and the worlds, get responses, and the ninja cat can gain the power of the responder. The rewards obtained by the host are determined according to the strength of the ninja cat. Shiraishi's eyebrows moved slightly. By obtaining the favorability of humans, can I strengthen the ninja cat? Can I get rewards after that? The stronger the ninja cat is, the richer the rewards I get. It sounds like it's pretty good. As a time traveler, Shiraishi was a little bit excited when he learned that he had traveled to the world of Naruto. But when he learned that he had traveled to become an Uchiha, Shiraishi's mood became bad. Especially the talent of this body is not very good. But now the emergence of the system has made Shiraishi's heart reappear with some expectations. A figure walked towards the direction of the ninja tool shop. Shiraishi, where is the cat lady? Shiraishi looked up at the person who came. He is young, with short black hair, a Konoha ninja forehead guard on his forehead, and a delicate appearance. He wears a grey short-sleeved shirt, brown trousers, and a ninja tool bag on his waist. At first glance, he looks very sunny, but between his eyebrows, there is a hint of sadness. Shisu, good morning. Shiraishi said, Grandma Cat has to go out for something. Now the ninja tool shop and the ninja cats here are left to me to take care of. Shisu, are you here to replenish some ninja tools? Uchiha Shisu nodded. I need 9 kunai, 3 detonating tags, and a short sword. Wait a minute. Shiraishi entered the warehouse and quickly found the ninja tools that Uchiha Shisu needed. When Shiraishi walked out, Uchiha Shisu had already sat on the ground and was stroking a fat orange cat. The orange cat squinted its eyes and made a purring sound. Shisu, the ninja tools you want. Shiraishi handed over the bag. Uchiha Shisu took it. Thank you. How much? Shiraishi quoted the price set by the cat lady to Uchiha Shisu. Uchiha Shisu took out his purse, took out a small stack of banknotes from it, and handed it to Shiraishi, who put the money in the cabinet. Meow. The orange cat was a little dissatisfied with Uchiha Shisu stopping, and made a complaining sound. Sorry. Uchiha Shisu gave an apologetic smile to the orange cat, and continued to stroke it. Soon the orange cat closed its eyes again, and continued to purr comfortably. Shiraishi sat down next to Uchiha Shisu. A line of text appeared above Uchiha Shisu's head. 82. Shiraishi is a very good person, but unfortunately, his ninja talent is a little lacking. Obviously, the number in front is Uchiha Shisu's favorability towards Shiraishi, and the sentence in the back is probably Uchiha Shisu's evaluation of Shiraishi in his heart. 82 favorability? It's not far from 90. If I work harder, maybe I can reach 90. With Uchiha Shisu's characteristics, the responder will definitely not be too bad. Uchiha Shisu is a genius, there is no doubt about that. According to the logic of the system, the better Uchiha Shisu's talent, the stronger the responder will be. The stronger the responder is, the more enhancements the ninja cat will get. The more enhancements the ninja cat gets, the higher the reward you get. The two are of similar age, and have had contact, when they were in the ninja school. One is a genius and the other is mediocre. However, the two still became good friends. Therefore, Uchiha Shisu's favorability towards Shiraishi is only 82 now. Shisu, you look worried? Uchiha Shisu was silent for a long time and sighed. Beishi, you should be able to see the current situation of the Uchiha. Our relationship with other people in the village is getting worse and worse. I tried to do something to ease the relationship between us and other people in the village, but it was useless. The situation is getting worse and worse. I don't know what will happen if it continues like this. I have a bad feeling in my heart. Many people in our clan have already had very radical ideas and want to start a civil war to defeat the current village leaders and gain control of the village. But how can this be done? The current Uchiha is simply no match for the village leaders. Once you take action, it will only usher in extremely bad results. Not only will the Uchiha suffer a catastrophic disaster, many innocent people in the village will also die in this civil war. The damage caused will not be less than that of the Ninetales Knight. But it is difficult to suppress those people in the clan. No, it is impossible. Uchiha Shisu lowered his head. The views expressed in these contents are not much different from Beishi's understanding of Uchiha Shisu through the original plot. He was upset about the treatment of Uchiha in the village, but he had no way to change it. He didn't want Uchiha to be hurt, nor did he want the people in the village to be hurt. Therefore, before finding a better solution, he could only suppress the radical ideas in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisu had this idea until his death. That's why he proposed to the village leaders to use Kutamatsu Kami to control Uchiha Fugaku and suppress all the radical ideas in the Uchiha clan in order to gain the trust of the village leaders. Originally, Uchiha Shisu had hope of success, but Shimura Danzo's sneak attack strangled this hope. After losing one of his Manjaki Sharingan, Uchiha Shisu knew that he no longer had the ability to control the situation in the Uchiha clan, so he made a very bold decision. He gave his remaining Manjaki Sharingan to Uchiha Itachi. Then he used his own death to stimulate Uchiha Itachi and let him open his Manjaki Sharingan. Uchiha Shisu believed that Uchiha Itachi's talent could definitely do it. It is definitely possible to open the Manjaki Sharingan. With 3 Manjaki Sharingans, it is definitely possible to suppress the radical ideas in the Uchiha clan, gain the trust of the village leaders, and prevent the outbreak of civil war. However, what Uchiha Shisu did not expect was that Uchiha Itachi's ideas were much more radical than those of everyone in the Uchiha clan, but in a different direction. Uchiha Itachi directly killed all the people in the Uchiha clan, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke. In a sense, it can be regarded as solving the problem. But is this solution really what Uchiha Shisu wants? Is it really what many people in the Uchiha clan need? Shisu, have you asked the clan leader about this problem? I have. Uchiha Shisu shook his head, with a hint of disappointment on his face. But the clan leader said that he doesn't have any good solution, and he can't control the situation in the clan. Shiraishi frowned. In Shiraishi's opinion, Uchiha Itachi was the most direct murderer of the Uchiha clan's extermination, but Uchiha Fugaku was also responsible, perhaps second only to Uchiha Itachi. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku was really a failure. Faced with the separation and conflicts between the Uchiha and the village, he did not think of any way to solve or alleviate them. Even if he could not solve the unfair treatment of the Uchiha in the village, he could not lead the Uchiha to victory. Then, at least he could suppress those overly radical ideas in the Uchiha clan. If he can't even do this, what kind of head is he? Even on the night of the extermination, Uchiha Fugaku still did nothing. He just watched other clan members being killed by Uchiha Itachi and watched himself being killed. If other people were like this, they would only be victims. But Uchiha Fugaku is the head of the clan. If he does this, he is a sinner. Can't control it? Why? Isn't he the clan leader? Indeed, he can't control it. Uchiha Shisu said, I have secretly investigated. At present, the Uchiha clan is divided into two factions. One is the conservative faction and the other is a radical faction. The clan leader is actually from the conservative faction. The leader of the radical faction is the 8th generation. The clan leader can control the conservative faction, but he can't do anything about the radical faction. The 8th generation, that Uchiha Shisu mentioned, is named Uchiha 8th generation, a member of the Konoha guard. Maybe it's because he has the most contact with other people in the village, and he feels the most deeply about the village's exclusion and unfair treatment of Uchiha, so he is like this. But I don't think this should be the reason. Shiraishi paused and said, Shisu, I may not know as much as you do about ninjas, but after having so much contact with these ninja cats, I think a family is actually somewhat similar to a cat group. A cat group must have a leader. Even if not all cats have the same ideas as the Cat King, they may even have different ideas. But at critical moments, all cats must obey the orders of the Cat King. It is necessary for a Cat King to do this. If it can't be done, then the position of this Cat King will inevitably be replaced. Without this ability, you are not qualified to stay in this position. Uchiha Shisu was stunned for a moment, and then showed a thoughtful expression. Shiraishi, what do you mean? A white cat came over and lay down at Shiraishi's feet. Shiraishi reached out and rubbed the white cat's belly. Shisu, you are a genius among our Uchiha clan. That is why you are thinking about such issues at this age. I don't know the specific relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village now. But, through your description, I know one thing. That is, as long as the radicals in the clan are suppressed, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village can be eased. It's just that the current clan leader can't do it. So, what if we change someone? If you are strong enough, Shisu, you can replace the current clan leader and become the clan leader. In that case, we should be able to control the situation in the clan. With your talent, Shisu, you should be able to do it, right? Uchiha Shisu's eyes lit up. After thinking carefully, he felt that what Shiraishi said actually made sense. If I were the clan leader, Uchiha Shisu's mind opened up. He thought of many things he could do. Changes that could be made to the Uchiha clan. Changes that could be made to the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. Uchiha Shisu found that there seemed to be a chance to prevent the civil war. But, the clan leader is now in his prime. Even if my strength exceeds that of the clan leader, wouldn't it be bad to directly seize the position of clan leader? Shisu, if the situation of Uchiha is really as bad as you described, what's the point of caring about these minor details? This is just a small matter. Uchiha Shisu was silent for a while. Yes, Shiraishi, what you said makes sense. After speaking, Uchiha Shisu let out a long breath. Hearing you say that, my thoughts are much clearer. The situation of Uchiha is indeed not so bad that it cannot be changed at all. Shiraishi, thank you, you gave me a lot of inspiration. After speaking, Uchiha Shisu stood up. Then I'll get busy first. Uchiha Shisu is now a little impatient. Shiraishi looked at Uchiha Shisu again. At this time, the line of text above Uchiha Shisu's head has changed. 91. Shiraishi is indeed a very good person, but unfortunately, his ninja talent is a little lacking. A voice sounded in Shiraishi's mind. Monitoring that Uchiha Shisu's favorability has reached 91. Do you want to collect it? Right square bracket. Chapter 2 Mako Hirako. Please meet your lord. Collect. Collected successfully. Do you want to make a request? Shiraishi's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. With Uchiha Shisu's characteristics, who will respond in the universe? And after the responder responds, what abilities can the selected ninja cat get? What level of strength can it reach? And what kind of rewards can you get? Make a request. You sent a request to the universe, and countless eyes in the vast universe looked over. A being named Hirako Mako responded to your request. You received an A-level response. The next moment, a ball of white light appeared in Shiraishi's hand. Hirako Mako. Shiraishi recalled the information about this character. In the world of Bleach, Hirako Mako didn't appear very often, and his record was not good, but after all, he was a captain level figure, and the ability of his Zanpakuto was quite interesting. After the shige, the blade will emit a fragrance. For those who smell it, up and down, left and right, front and back, the direction of slashing, and the direction of being slashed, will all be reversed. After Bankei, this ability will be raised to the extreme, and even cognition will change. However, this ability does not distinguish between enemies and friends. Therefore, the use scenario is relatively demanding. But in the right scenario, it can definitely play a very strong role. One person is an army. Because Uchiha Shisui is good at illusion, the responder is also good at illusion. In addition, the two are somewhat similar in some aspects. In the original timeline, both were hurt by their own people. Hirako Mako was framed by his vice captain, and Uchiha Shisui was ambushed by Shimura Danzo. They are all in a complicated position. Maybe, this is why Hirako Mako responded to Uchiha Shisui's characteristics. But I don't know what this A level represents. Shiraishi looked at the many ninja cats not far away. He stretched out his hand and threw the white light ball in his hand towards the ninja cats. However, most of the ninja cats seemed to be unable to see the existence of the white light ball and could only see Shiraishi's actions. When they saw that Shiraishi didn't throw anything out, they lost interest. Only one little yellow strip saw the white ball of light. It was an orange cat, but it was not the kind that was fat all over. Instead, it was thin and long. Usually, it looked a little lazy, but its eyes often showed a shrewd look. The orange cat was attracted by the white ball of light and pounced on it. The moment it touched, the white ball of light entered the body of the orange cat. The next moment, a burst of white light suddenly burst out on the orange cat's body, covering the orange cat completely, forming a cocoon. Not long after, a crack appeared on the cocoon. Crack. A figure broke out of the cocoon. An orange cat. But it was not the orange cat before. Instead, it walked upright and was wearing clothes, a bit like a cat in boots, but the style of its clothes was a bit similar to the death suit in the world of death. The aura on its body was a bit similar to that of Hirako Mako. There are two types of ninja cats in the Uchiha station. One is an immature ninja cat, which is no different from an ordinary cat, except that it is stronger and smarter. Some are mature ninja cats who can speak human language, wear clothes, and use ninja tools. It's probably similar to the difference between the ninja dogs of the Inuzuka family and Kakishi's ninja dogs. But the orange cat in front of Shiraishi at this moment is more human-like than the mature ninja cats. Hirako Mako, meet the master. Some words appeared next to Hirako Mako. Name, Hirako Mako, cat, gender, male, strength, elite jonin, can be improved, weapon, reverse caress, shike level, ability, super time fall, instant step. Shiraishi nodded slightly, looking at Hirako Mako, a little excited. An elite jonin level ninja cat has completely exceeded Shiraishi's previous expectations. Not to mention that this is just the beginning. The strength of this ninja cat can still be improved, and if the elite jonin is further improved, it will be the level of Kage, and it will have a certain status in this world. A Kage level ninja, even in the era of the 4th ninja world, where the jonin was worse than a dog, still performed well. For Shiraishi, after the appearance of Hirako Mako, he barely had a certain degree of self-protection. An elite jounin who completely obeyed his orders, as long as there was no Kage level ninja attacking him, or multiple elite jounins, he would not be in any danger. Moreover, this was only his first ninja cat. When he collected more human favorability, he could get more ninja cats. At that time, how strong would his overall strength be? As long as there are enough ninja cats, the night of genocide will not threaten me. Even if it still happens, I can survive safely in the night of genocide. Then, another voice sounded in Shiraishi's mind. You successfully cultivated a ninja cat and received a reward. Do you want to receive it? Shiraishi did not hesitate at all. Receive it. You received a strengthening. A burst of power poured into Shiraishi's body. Shiraishi clearly felt that the amount of chakra in his body had increased, and this power was still surging towards his eyes and gathering in Shiraishi's eyes. The next moment, a touch of red appeared in Shiraishi's eyes. A Magatama slowly rotated next to the pupil. Sharingan. Shiraishi came to the mirror and sighed a little. The talent of this body is really not very good. This year, he is 13 years old and has graduated from the ninja school for a year, but he is still a long way from becoming a chunin. Uchiha Shisui, who is the same age, has already become an elite jonin. Many people in the whole ninja world know the name of Shunshin Shisui. However, it is not too late to open the Sharingan at the age of 13. Uchiha Madara also opened the Sharingan in his teens. Uchiha Madara is because of Indra, but I'm not bad either. The ninja cat training system must be stronger than Indra's. Shiraishi looked at the ninja cat's Sharingan. When the Sharingan is activated, it is a completely different feeling. The extreme dynamic vision can capture many details that could not be captured before, and the observation ability is greatly improved. No wonder the Uchiha ninjas will be much stronger after opening the Sharingan. Just a dynamic vision can bring great help. Not to mention that after opening the Sharingan, you can use the Sharingan's exclusive illusion. Now I have finally reached the level of Chunin in terms of basic attributes. This is the change that the appearance of Peiko Mako has brought to me. Not bad. One enhancement can allow me to open the Sharingan. If I use it a few more times, my original strength may reach the level of Cage, or even above the level of Cage. Shiraishi thought. His eyes returned to normal, the Magatama disappeared, and his eyes turned back to black. After that, Shiraishi returned to the previous chair, sat down, and leaned back a little. Shiraishi is thinking about the next person who is suitable for improving his favorability. Uchiha Shisui was Shiraishi's friend before, but Shiraishi doesn't have many friends. At this moment, two figures came towards the ninja tool shop. One in front and one behind. Two detonating tags, a katana. The ninja who entered first quickly stated his needs. Okay, wait a moment. Shiraishi turned and entered the warehouse to gather the things the customer needed. He put the money in the cabinet. Then he looked at the second figure who entered the ninja tool shop. Shiraishi senpai. He was wearing an ordinary ninja uniform, with short black hair, a little longer than Uchiha Shisui's, reaching the shoulder. He was 9 years old today, but he looked a little different from his age. He looked a little old. It might be because he was thinking about things he shouldn't think about at such a young age. Itachi, good morning. Shiraishi senpai, is Granny Cat not here? Granny Cat is away on a long trip. During this period, I will take care of the ninja tool shop. Just tell me what you want, and I will go to the warehouse to find it for you. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. I'm here to look for Shisui senpai. I just heard someone say that Shisui senpai is at the ninja tool shop. Then you came at an unfortunate time. Shisui left not long ago and came here to buy some ninja tools. Shiraishi senpai, do you know where Shisui senpai went? I don't know. Okay, thank you. After saying that, Uchiha Itachi turned and left. Shiraishi looked at Uchiha Itachi's back and raised his eyebrows slightly because Shiraishi didn't expect that Uchiha Itachi's favorability towards him was actually 66, which was already a relatively high number. This surprised Shiraishi a little. The two didn't have much in common, and they only met a few times. When Shiraishi was in the ninja school, Uchiha Itachi had not yet enrolled. When Uchiha Itachi enrolled, Shiraishi was still in the ninja school. Uchiha Itachi graduated early, and Shiraishi was still in the ninja school. If there was any intersection, it was only Uchiha Shisui. Shiraishi is a friend of Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi is also a friend of Uchiha Shisui. Shiraishi thinks that it may be because of this reason that Uchiha Itachi has a 66% favorability towards him. 66 is not far from 90, but this is Uchiha Itachi. Shiraishi thought about it seriously and gave up on setting Uchiha Itachi as the second target. Shiraishi didn't have a good impression of Uchiha Itachi. Both of them were related to the extermination of the Uchiha clan, but in Shiraishi's opinion, Uchiha Shisui's position and starting point are different from Uchiha Itachi's position and starting point. Uchiha Shisui has Konoha in his heart, but he also has Uchiha. In Uchiha Itachi's heart, Shiraishi thinks that Konoha occupies a much larger proportion. Shiraishi couldn't accept the fact that even ordinary people in the Uchiha clan were killed. If they are really worried about the civil war and think that the civil war will cause Konoha to suffer huge losses and think that the radical faction of Uchiha is the culprit of the civil war, then killing the radical faction is enough. Then they can become a rebel ninja and bear all the responsibilities. The conservative faction of Uchiha will definitely target Uchiha Itachi with their main hatred. The conflict with the village will naturally be alleviated to a certain extent. In that case, the Konoha high-level officials do not necessarily have to kill all the Uchiha members. In addition, Uchiha Itachi is too good at independent thinking, which makes Shiraishi give up. Such a person will only believe in what he thinks and his own opinions. It is difficult to be persuaded and difficult to accept other people's ideas. Therefore, it will be very difficult for Shiraishi to improve Uchiha Itachi's favorability. Does the master dislike that person? Peiko Mako came to Shiraishi's side. Did you see it? Peiko Mako nodded. I'm quite sensitive in this respect. Shiraishi nodded and could not help thinking that in the world of Death God, Peiko Mako might be the first person to notice that there was something wrong with Aizen, and the ninja cat Peiko Mako might have inherited some of his talent in this respect. I really don't like it. Do you want me to monitor him? Peiko Mako suggested. That's not necessary. Shiraishi shook his head and said, Peiko Mako, you are mainly responsible for my safety. There is nothing else you need to do for the time being. When there are other people around, remember to restrain your breath. Yes, sir. Peiko Mako returned to the corner. The other ninja cats in the ninja tool shop were still the same as usual. They ate and slept and ate, and occasionally went outside to play and fight when they were in the mood, or lay down next to Shiraishi, revealing their warm and soft belly and squinting their eyes. A white cat jumped onto Shiraishi's legs and curled up. Until noon, Shiraishi took out the food prepared by the cat grandmother for the ninja cats to eat on a daily basis, a large bowl. The ninja cats gathered around. Shiraishi left the Uchiha station and came to the commercial street of Konoha. A burst of ramen aroma entered Shiraishi's nose. Shiraishi is here. Uncle Shouder, Sister Ayame. Shiraishi sat down at the front desk. What do you want to eat, Shiraishi? One tonkotsu ramen, extra. Okay, coming right up. Soon, a bowl of noodles was brought to Shiraishi. Shiraishi drank a mouthful of noodle soup first, then picked up the chopsticks, picked up the noodles inside, and put them into his mouth. It was still a familiar taste. However, Shiraishi came to the Shouder ramen shop, not just to eat ramen. Shiraishi didn't have many friends. Even Uchiha Itachi's 66 favorability was considered high, but Shiraishi often came to Ichiraku ramen shop, so Shiraishi wanted to see if the two people's favorability towards him was high enough. While eating ramen, Shiraishi looked at Shouder and Ayame. Ayame was Shouder's daughter. A line of text appeared above Shouder's head. 76. People who like ramen are not bad. It's not bad that he has a favorability rating of 76. However, isn't it a bit too much of a joke to judge whether a person is good or not based on whether he likes ramen? Then, Shiraishi looked at Ayame again. 85. Shiraishi is a gentle, handsome, and mature brother. He will definitely become a good husband in the future. Chapter 3 Ability, God's Tongue. Suddenly, Shiraishi's eyes changed when he looked at Ayame. This 85 favorability is higher than Uchiha Shisu's initial favorability of 82. It can be said that, as long as he works a little harder, he can reach 90. Ayame on the opposite side noticed Shiraishi's gaze and looked over here. Shiraishi, what's wrong? No, I just feel a little emotional. The cooking skills of the Uncle Shouder are still as good and stable as before. Every time I come to eat, I will never be disappointed. This is something that other restaurants can't do. Hearing Shiraishi's words, Shouder smiled. Of course, if I can't even do this, what's the point of making ramen? The pork bone soup cooked by Sister Ayame is also super delicious. Thank you. By the way, Uncle Shouder, do you have any idea of opening a branch? Branch? Yes, when I was in school, I could stop by here, but now I have graduated and taken over the work of the ninja tool shop, so it is not so convenient to come here. Shiraishi said, fortunately, I'm not busy at noon today, so I can take the time to come. I have been looking forward to this ramen for many days. Uncle Shouder, how about asking Sister Ayame to open a branch on the street near our Uchiha base? In that case, I can eat ramen every day, and I will be happy. To improve the favorability, you need to know what the other party wants. Uchiha Shisu is worried about the situation of Uchiha and the civil war. Therefore, when Shiraishi proposed a new idea to Uchiha Shisu's favorability towards Shiraishi increased a lot. What Chowder and Ayame need is nothing more than recognition of their cooking skills. In addition, most girls like to be praised for their beauty. Delicious ramen and beautiful sister Ayame are a perfect match. Ayame blushed slightly. Chowder laughed. I'm satisfied that our ramen can be recognized by you, Shiraishi. It is not in vain that I have studied ramen for so many years, and it is not in vain that Ayame got up so early to make soup. But it is not so easy to open a branch. Ayame's current cooking skills are still a little bit lacking. Chowder declined Shiraishi's proposal. Shiraishi showed a look of disappointment on his face. Can't? That's a pity. Or are you too strict, Uncle Chowder? In my opinion, Sister Ayame's cooking skills are not bad at all. Maybe she is only second to you, Uncle Chowder. Unknowingly, Shiraishi had finished a whole bowl of ramen. After putting down his chopsticks, Shiraishi picked up the bowl again and drank the whole bowl of ramen soup. Delicious. So satisfying. At this time, Shiraishi looked at Tada and Ayame again. The numbers above their heads had changed. The number above Tada's head turned into 78. But Shiraishi was more concerned about the number above Ayame's head. 90. Shiraishi's eyes lit up slightly. It has been detected that Ayame's favorability has reached 90. Do you want to collect it? Yes. Shiraishi did not hesitate at all. Collection was successful. Do you want to make a request? Wait a moment. Collection requires a target to be within one's sight, but requesting is not necessary, so Shiraishi plans to make a request after returning to the ninja tool shop. After making the request, he can directly choose Ninja Cat. Shiraishi stood up and left his seat. Uncle Handbeater, Sister Ayame, I have something to do in the ninja tool shop this afternoon, so I'll leave first. Have a nice day. Goodbye, Shiraishi. Back to the ninja tool shop. It was not yet business time. The location of this ninja tool shop was not very central. It was in the Uchiha garrison, relatively remote, and there were few people coming and going. The address was chosen by the cat lady. There were other buildings every few dozen meters. There was a road in front of the door, a forest behind the house, and a stream behind the forest. Meow. When Shiraishi walked in, the ninja cats inside immediately looked over. However, when they noticed that Shiraishi was empty-handed, they immediately showed disappointment. In the eyes of these ninja cats, Shiraishi must have gone out hunting, but he didn't bring anything back, which meant that the hunting failed. A ninja cat came over and rubbed Shiraishi, as if to comfort him. Another ninja cat picked up a bone from the corner and brought it to Shiraishi. Shiraishi smiled and squatted down, rubbing the head of the ninja cat. The immature ninja cats don't have much wisdom and are not much different from ordinary house cats, so they have some strange ideas. Shiraishi understands and is even a little touched. I'm not hungry, you can eat by yourself. Then Shiraishi sat on the chair. Make a request. Shiraishi was also looking forward to the second request. After all, Shiraishi gained a lot from the last request. What can you get this time? You sent a request to the heavens and the worlds. In the vast universe, countless eyes looked over, and an existence named Alice Nakiri responded to your request. You received a sea-level response. The next moment, a ball of white light appeared in Shiraishi's hand. Sea-level response? Alice Nakiri. Shiraishi recalled the information of this character from the world of Food Wars, Shokugeki no Soma. This world is a world with chefs as the protagonists, and Alice Nakiri can be regarded as a very good one in it. Born in the Nakiri family, her father is a legitimate heir of the Nakiri family. Her grandfather is a leader in the country of cooking. My cousin is a top-level talent with the divine tongue. Alice is also very talented, especially good at molecular cuisine and researching new technologies. Because Ayame is a cook, she got a response from Alice. Sea-level response, to levels lower than the response from Uchiha Shisui. However, this was within Shiraishi's expectations. After all, Uchiha Shisui and Ayame are completely different. Uchiha Shisui is a genius among the Uchiha, a gifted person who can open the Mangekyou Sharingan, while Ayame is just a ramen cook. It's Alice, not Erina. Maybe because Erina doesn't have a good relationship with her father, but Ayame has a good relationship with the hand, which is more similar to Alice. I wonder what abilities the selected ninja cat will gain. Shiraishi looked at the ninja cat in front of him and threw the white light ball in his hand. Just like last time, most of the ninja cats could not see the existence of the white light ball. Only a little white cat could see the white light ball. When the white light ball approached, it raised its paw and patted it gently. The next moment, the white light ball entered the body of the little white cat. A burst of white light suddenly burst out on the little white cat's body, covering the little white cat completely, forming a cocoon. Not long after, a crack appeared on the cocoon. Crack. A figure broke out of the cocoon. The little white cat has completely changed its appearance. The human figure walked upright, wearing a white chef's uniform and a white chef's hat. The eyes turned red, and the body exuded a delicate and charming aura similar to that of a young lady, youthful and lively. Alice, meet the adults. Some words appeared next to Alice. Name, Nakiri Alice, cat. Gender, female. Strength, genin, can be upgraded. Weapon, none. Ability, cooking. A ninja cat who wants to live a life as a chef. Shiraishi looked at Alice, and he was not disappointed. After all, the target of the favorability was Ayame, and the person who responded was Alice Nakiri. It was normal for the selected ninja cat to have cooking skills. For Shiraishi, it was also valuable. At least the kitchen of the ninja tool store could be put into use again. It had been abandoned for many years in the hands of the cat grandmother, and Shiraishi was not good at cooking. Shiraishi nodded slightly. So, what about the reward? A voice sounded in Shiraishi's mind. You successfully trained a ninja cat and received a reward. Would you like to receive it? Shiraishi did not hesitate at all. Receive it. You have obtained the ability, the Tongue of God. Shiraishi's eyes flashed. The Tongue of God. The Tongue of God comes from the Nakiri family. It is passed down from daughter to daughter, not from son to son. It is very capable in cooking, but correspondingly, the side effects are also serious. As long as you eat the food, you can analyze the defects and weaknesses of the food, and then propose ways to improve it. However, long-term use of the divine tongue will lead to anorexia. However, fortunately, my divine tongue is different from Erina's. My divine tongue is an active ability. You can control its use or not. This way, anorexia is unlikely to occur. I'm not a chef, but the ability of the divine tongue is not completely useless to me. The divine tongue can analyze the ingredients in the food, so it can naturally be used in other aspects. For example, a small amount of tasting can determine whether the food you eat has problems, and you can avoid being poisoned. Shiraishi looked at Alice again. Alice, come with me. Yes, sir. Shiraishi took Alice to the kitchen of the ninja tool shop. A kitchen that was actually quite spacious, with some sundries piled up inside. It had been vacant for a long time, and the dust and cobwebs made it look very dirty. This kitchen has not been used for a long time. Let's clean it up together this afternoon. My lord, I can do it. Let's do it together. Hurry up. I want to taste your cooking skills tonight, Alice. Hearing this, Alice no longer insisted. Okay. Naruto Mako also came over. Shiraishi, a chunin. Naruto Mako, an elite jonin. Alice, a genin. Therefore, their efficiency is much better than that of ordinary people. Even though Naruto Mako and Alice are not big in size, they are very powerful and their efficiency is no worse than that of humans. The ninja cats outside heard the noise and came over curiously to see. The dust inside hit their heads. Achu. A tabby cat walked away cursing. Shiraishi and Alice looked at each other and laughed. While cleaning the kitchen, Shiraishi was actually thinking about a question in his mind. That is, the next target for improving favorability. Shiraishi had looked around the Uchiha station and the Konoha village, but he didn't see anyone who had a high favorability towards him. Moreover, when collecting favorability points for a chorus, the person he got was Alice. It can't be said that Alice is not good. But for now, what Shiraishi needs more is a powerful ninja cat. And a powerful ninja cat will bring Shiraishi more awards. This means that the target group that Shiraishi can choose next will be much smaller, and the difficulty will be much greater than the previous 2 times. Shiraishi recalled his network of relationships. His family is gone. His classmates have dispersed. He only has one friend, Uchiha Shisui. In the entire Konoha, the one who has the highest favorability towards me now is the hand-beating uncle. But collecting the favorability of the hand-beating uncle is not very meaningful. In the Uchiha range, the one who has the highest favorability towards me now is Uchiha Itachi. However, it is very difficult to improve Uchiha Itachi's favorability. Suddenly, Shiraishi thought of something. Itachi Uchiha is too good at independent thinking, so it's hard to improve his favorability. Then what about Sasuke Uchiha? Personal connections are actually a network. A person must be connected to only a few points at the beginning. If you spread out from this point, the network will become larger. In other words, a friend of a friend is also my friend. Shisui Uchiha is my friend. With Shisui Uchiha as the point, it's Itachi Uchiha. But Itachi Uchiha is not good. Then it's Itachi Uchiha as the point. Sasuke Uchiha, Izumi Uchiha. You can consider these two people, especially Sasuke Uchiha. Now Shiraishi can probably be sure that the response should have a certain relationship with the talent and strength of the collected person, and Sasuke Uchiha's talent is undoubtedly the strongest among the current Uchiha. This is the reincarnation of Indra. Calculated by the upper limit of talent, it is still above Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha. We have to find a way to contact them. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the kitchen was finally cleaned up. It was completely different from before. However, there were still many things missing to make dishes. That is, kitchen utensils and ingredients. Alice, Mako Hirako, let's go out and buy some. Yes, sir. One person and two cats left the Uchiha's residence and came to the commercial street of Konoha. Alice, if you need any kitchen utensils, please tell me. I don't know as much about this as you do. Okay, sir. Under Alice's guidance, everything was bought quickly. In addition to kitchen utensils, a lot of seasonings and some ingredients were also bought. One person could not carry it at all, so Shiraishi simply got a small cart. Shiraishi pulled it in front. Mako Hirako pushed it in the back. Alice sat on the cart and looked at the things on the cart. A figure looked over here. His eyes widened, and he showed an extremely curious expression. Another figure suddenly appeared and came to the side. Sasuke, what are you looking at? Uchiha Sasuke pointed in the direction where Shiraishi left. Uchiha Itachi looked over. Shiraishi senpai? Brother, do you know him? Yes, Shiraishi senpai is a friend of Shisui senpai. He has now inherited Granny Cat's ninja tool shop. When I have time, I can take you, Sasuke, to have a look. Most of the ninja tools for us Uchiha people are replenished in that shop. Okay. Chapter 4, Shisui, I want to be the clan leader. 2 or 3 guests came in the afternoon, not many. The entire Uchiha family has more than 1,000 members, but there are only a few hundred real ninjas. Some people are not talented enough to become ninjas. Some people choose not to become ninjas. And among these hundreds, there are even fewer people who will go out on missions. Some of them hold positions in the guard department and deal with ordinary civilians in Konoha. There are very few scenes that require fighting, and fewer battles mean less damage to ninja tools. Another part of them holds positions in the Uchiha family, and there are also few scenes that require fighting. Nearing the evening, Alice began to prepare dinner. A fragrance drifted from the direction of the kitchen. Shiraishi couldn't help but look over. Food is divided into color, aroma, and taste, but just from this aroma, Shiraishi can judge that the deliciousness of the food made by Alice is probably better than handmade ramen, and it's not just a little bit. Handmade ramen is already a very delicious food in Konoha. Even Ali Jonin like Kakashi often patronizes, which is evident. Not long after, my lord, I'm done. Alice's voice rang out. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked out of the kitchen with a plate in her hand and headed towards the dining room. Shiraishi hesitated for a moment and stood up. Peiko Mako followed behind Shiraishi. There were 6 dishes in total. They were placed on the dining table, almost filling up the entire table. The aroma of various dishes intertwined together, but it did not have a bad effect, but instead made people more hungry. The ninja cats outside smelled the smell and all came towards the dining room. Alice, you've worked hard. No, my lord, this is what I should do. Alice's chest slightly raised. Peiko Mako's expression was indifferent, but Shiraishi could see that the dishes on the table were also very attractive to Peiko Mako, and he swallowed his saliva several times in secret. Let's eat. Shiraishi gave the order. One person and 2 cats picked up the chopsticks. Shiraishi picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The moment he put it in his mouth, he could feel countless delicious flavors, which burst out on his taste buds and soon filled his entire mouth. He could not help chewing. When the food in his mouth had been swallowed, the delicious taste still lingered in his mouth. Delicious. It was indeed delicious. No matter in his previous life or this life, among all the dishes that Shiraishi had eaten, none could compare to the dishes made by Alice. It's much more delicious than handmade ramen. Is this the food from the world of gourmet food? As expected of Shokugeki no Soma. As expected of the Nakiri family. It's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Even though Shiraishi was not a gourmet, he could clearly feel that the difference between the dishes made by Alice and the dishes in many shops in Konoha was really huge. There was no flaw in any aspect, whether it was color, fragrance or taste. Shiraishi looked at Alice. Alice, the food is delicious. Alice smiled even more happily. As long as the adults like it. Soon, the dishes on the table were wiped out by one person and two cats. There was nothing left. This made the ninja cats around the table very disappointed. Meow meow meow. After waiting for so long, they didn't even get a small piece of meat. After dinner, Shiraishi returned to the lounge. The entire ninja tool shop can be divided into 6 parts. One is the shop part. When the door is opened, you enter the shop. The shelves are filled with samples of ninja tools of all kinds. In addition to ninja tools, the ninja tool shop also sells some information. Ninja cats are not just ninja tool shops. There are many ninja cats throughout the ninja world. Ninja cats can also communicate with ordinary cats, so they can get a lot of information. For a long time, the information of ninja cats was the main source of information for Uchiha. But now, because of Uchiha, Konoha is also a little afraid of ninja cats, and the number of stray cats in Konoha has decreased a lot, weakening the intelligence ability of ninja cats. A small door leads to the warehouse, where a large number of ninja tools are piled up. These two are the shop part. The other part is the living part. Lounge, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, and the yard at the back. There are several fruit trees planted in the yard. Shiraishi sat down on the recliner. Before, Shiraishi was not disappointed with Alice's appearance, but he was not happy either. But now, Shiraishi's satisfaction with Alice has been greatly improved. Such food may not help to solve the Uchiha's predicament, but at least, Shiraishi's own quality of life will be greatly improved, and it may be used in other aspects in the future. Humans live in this world, chasing nothing but desire, power, status, strength, lust, and food is one of them. Now, in the whole Konoha, no, in the whole world of Naruto, no one's cooking level is higher than Alice. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Who? Shiraishi, it's me. Uchiha Shisu's voice sounded outside the door. Shiraishi opened the door. Shisu, you come here so late, is there something wrong? After Uchiha Shisu walked in, he took a big sip of tea first, and then sat down opposite Shiraishi, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Shiraishi. Uchiha Shisu's expression became serious. He looked around, and made sure there was no problem. I have decided. I want to be the clan leader. I have never thought about this direction before. I have been troubled. I feel that no matter what, it is difficult to ease the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. No matter whether I stand on the side of the Uchiha or the side of the village, I can't do it. After you told me today, I thought about it seriously, and checked the situation of the conservative faction and the radical faction. I found that, as long as I become the clan leader, it is indeed possible to prevent the civil war. Mr. Fugaku, you really haven't done enough. Not capable enough. If he is capable enough, there will not be two factions, the conservative faction and the radical faction, but only the Uchiha faction. Since he has no ability, then he is not qualified to continue to be the clan leader. If I were the clan leader, the situation of the Uchiha would never be like this. Shiraishi's heart moved slightly. Hearing what Uchiha Shisu said, Shiraishi knew that the plot had been changed by him. In the original plot, Uchiha Shisu never thought of seizing the position of clan leader. Until the end, he only proposed to control Uchiha Fugaku with Katamatsu. Unfortunately, the plan was blocked. Now, several years before the night of the genocide, Uchiha Shisu proposed to seize the position of clan leader. Uchiha Shisu becoming the clan leader may not completely ease the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha, and may not stop Konoha's high-level officials from targeting Uchiha. But at least, it will not be worse than the situation on the night of the genocide. Shisu, what are you going to do? Uchiha Shisu said, if I want to be the clan leader, first of all, I must be strong enough. This is a must. I'm now 3 Megatama Elite Jonin, but I don't think it's enough. Second, I need support. There are a total of 9 elders in the Uchiha clan. Currently, 6 of them are very supportive of Lord Fugaku, and only 3 elders are somewhat dissatisfied with Lord Fugaku. I need to find a way to gain the support of at least 6 elders. Third, Lord Fugaku needs to make mistakes. If he doesn't make mistakes, even if I have a good relationship with the elders, and even if my strength has improved a lot, it will be difficult to pull Lord Fugaku down from the position of clan leader. Shiraishi hesitated and asked, Shisu, are the elders also divided into radical and conservative factions? Yes. 6 elders are conservative factions, and 3 elders are radical factions? Yes. Uchiha Shisu nodded. But this is not an easy thing. I need to take my time. Before I have real confidence, I can't reveal my purpose. Otherwise, I will definitely be obstructed. Before that, I can only talk to you, Shiraishi, about this. There are not many people I can trust. Shiraishi looked out the window. Shisu, in my opinion, things are not that complicated. What do you think, Shiraishi? Uchiha is not a very large ninja family, at least in terms of numbers, so I think support and power are not that important. Shiraishi said, Uchiha Madara didn't deliberately seek support from anyone back then, but no one in Uchiha would think that Uchiha Madara couldn't be the clan leader. In the world of ninja, strength is the most important thing, right? I think, as long as you, Shisu, have strong enough strength, then no matter whether those people support you or not, you can get the qualification to succeed the clan leader. The remaining problem is to drive the current clan leader out of the position of clan leader. Uchiha Shisu lowered his head and thought. Absolute personal strength? Shiraishi, what you said does seem to make sense, but this is not something that can be achieved with ordinary personal strength. Uchiha Madara back then, if he wanted to reach that strength, Shiraishi, do you think I can do it? Shiraishi shook his head. I don't need to reach the strength of Uchiha Madara back then, as long as I'm stronger than the current clan leader. Shisu, you have a great advantage. Your reputation, your background, and your talent are all very special. You may not realize it yourself, but if you are older, Shisu, and the original clan leader suddenly dies, you have a great chance of succeeding the position of clan leader. When Uchiha Raizuna died, Uchiha Madara left, Uchiha Kagami sacrificed himself, and Uchiha Ji died. In fact, Uchiha had not had any outstanding talents for a long time. Uchiha Shisu is the one who has performed the best in recent years. Uchiha Itachi is indeed talented, but he is younger than Uchiha Shisu, and has no chance to gain fame. Unlike Uchiha Shisu, the name of Shunshin Shisu has spread throughout the ninja world. Shiraishi remembered that in the original plot, after Uchiha Shisu died, many people expressed their dissatisfaction with Uchiha Itachi, wondering if Uchiha Itachi had betrayed Uchiha Shisu. From this point of view, Uchiha Shisu has a popular base within the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Uchiha Shisu is also the descendant of Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami is a very special Uchiha. With the identity of an Uchiha, he was able to become a disciple of the first and second Hokage. He is a fellow apprentice with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Utane Koharu, Mitokado En, and Akimichi Tofu. Therefore, Uchiha Shisu is more likely to be recognized by the common people of Konoha than other Uchiha. Sudden death. Uchiha Shisu frowned. Shiraishi continued, in a cat group, it is very simple for an ordinary cat to obtain the position of the King of Cats. It is to challenge the King of Cats and defeat the King of Cats to obtain it. But in a ninja family, it is definitely not that simple. Uchiha Shisu nodded. This is what I said before. Lord Fugaku must make a mistake before I have a chance. Sudden death is also a kind of thing, but I can't do that. Shiraishi, Lord Fugaku has a problem, but he is not going to be killed. I can't kill him. To deprive Uchiha Fugaku of his position as the clan leader, either Uchiha Fugaku makes a mistake or dies. Uchiha Shisu thought of these 2 points. But now, Uchiha Shisu has no way to kill Uchiha Fugaku. Shisu, I think you can start with Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, Shiraishi said, I'm not very familiar with Uchiha Itachi. I mainly know him through your description, Shisu, but I believe in your judgment. In your description, Uchiha Itachi will not regard family affection as more important than the family and the village. I think, Shisu, you can discuss with Uchiha Itachi. If you want to find the mistakes made by the clan leader, Uchiha Itachi will be much easier than others. Uchiha Shisu hesitated. But Itachi is the son of Lord Fugaku after all. Shiraishi's proposal made Uchiha Shisu a little doubtful. Would a son really stand against his father for his friends, agree with his friends' opinions, and for the family? Uchiha Shisu felt that the possibility was not very high. Even though Uchiha Shisu and Uchiha Itachi had a good relationship, even though Uchiha Shisu had a deep understanding of Uchiha Itachi. So now Shiraishi's words made Uchiha Shisu a little confused. In my description, is Itachi such a person? Did Shiraishi's description of me make a mistake, or did I really think Itachi was such a person, and described Itachi as such a person, but I didn't realize it myself? Shiraishi's judgment on Uchiha Itachi was certainly not based on Uchiha Shisu's description. If one could determine what a person with whom one has little contact is like through the description of others, that would be too exaggerated. Shiraishi's judgment on Uchiha Itachi was based on the original plot. For the sake of the village, Uchiha Itachi exterminated all the Uchiha clans, including Uchiha Fugaku. Therefore, after Uchiha Shisu took out the village justice and will of fire, what did the identity of a father mean to Uchiha Itachi? Chapter 5 opened the door to a new world. Uchiha Shisu was silent for a moment. This is too risky, but what you said is indeed a method. After hesitating for a while, Uchiha Shisu looked up at Shiraishi. Shiraishi, can you do me a favor? What favor? Uchiha Shisu said, help me observe Itachi. The method you proposed, Shiraishi, is indeed worth a try. If I can get Itachi's help, it will definitely be easier for me to obtain the position of clan leader. But I can't say that I completely believe Itachi will choose that now. But I don't have enough time to observe and test Itachi myself. Shiraishi's eyebrows moved slightly. Okay, what do you need me to do? Uchiha Shisu's proposal was exactly what Shiraishi needed. The more contact with Uchiha Itachi, the more opportunities to contact Uchiha Sasuke. I will bring Itachi here and make this place a frequent place in the future, so that Shiraishi can contact Itachi and find opportunities to test Itachi. Shisu, aren't you worried that I will be exposed? Uchiha Shisu smiled. I know your talent, Shiraishi. It's just that your ninja talent is a little lacking. However, in terms of intelligence, you are still smarter than me. When we were in the ninja school, I never beat you once in this aspect. If your ninja talent could be higher, you would definitely be a top ninja now. Itachi is smart, but not as smart as you. Shiraishi nodded. Okay, Shisu, you arrange it. I'll help you test it. Thank you. You're welcome. By the way, what are your plans, Shisu? I plan to join the guard department. Uchiha Shisu said, my reputation is not enough now, and my qualifications are not enough, but there is no war anymore. I thought about it carefully, and the guard department may be the best platform. The situation of the guard department is very bad now. The relationship with the civilians in the village is bad. It is not valued by the village's top leaders. Even in the Uchiha family, there are many complaints about the guard department. I plan to get a higher position in the guard department first, and then reform the guard department. As long as I can greatly improve the situation of the guard department, my reputation and qualifications will be enough. Shiraishi agreed with this direction. Shiraishi remembered that in the original plot, Uchiha Shisu also joined the guard department. But the situation of the guard department is very complicated. It is not so easy to do it well. If you need any help, tell me at any time. Okay, I will. Uchiha Shisu nodded. I won't be polite to you, Shiraishi. After all, you are my best friend. Moreover, we both have the same idea, which is for Uchiha, and for the betterment of the village. Perhaps, the future fate of Uchiha is in the hands of the two of us. Okay, Shiraishi, it's getting late. I'll leave first. After saying that, Uchiha Shisu stood up. Shiraishi hesitated for a moment, and called Uchiha Shisu. Shisu. What's wrong? Uchiha Shisu turned around. Shiraishi said, in addition to giving advice on the plan, if you encounter problems in things that require fighting, I can actually help a little. Uchiha Shisu was stunned for a moment. Hirako Mako, come out for a moment. As Shiraishi's voice fell, Hirako Mako's figure walked out from the corner. My lord. Uchiha Shisu's sight fell on Hirako Mako, and his pupils shrank slightly. Uchiha Shisu had seen the ninja cat. Uchiha Shizu had also seen fully mature, powerful, and human-like ninja cats. However, Mako Hirako gave Uchiha Shizu a completely different feeling. Shiraishi introduced, "This is my ninja cat, Mako Hirako, and she's quite powerful." Mako Hirako, "This is my friend, Uchiha Shizu." Mako Hirako bowed slightly to Uchiha Shizu. Uchiha Shizu returned the greeting. "Nice to meet you, Mako Hirako." After leaving, Uchiha Shizu looked back. Mako Hirako should be left by the cat lady to Shiraishi to protect Shiraishi's safety. She should be quite powerful, but I can't let Shiraishi help me in this regard, unless it's absolutely necessary. However, with Mako Hirako, even if something really happens, Shiraishi shouldn't have too many problems with safety. Uchiha Shizu had actually always been worried that his actions might implicate Shiraishi. However, apart from Shiraishi, Uchiha Shizu had no one else to communicate with. Among all the Uchiha clan, Shizu Uchiha trusts Shiraishi the most. Moreover, in Shizu Uchiha's opinion, other Uchiha clans are too narrow-minded or have limited vision. Only Shiraishi can truly see the situation of the Uchiha clan and the village. He can think rationally and correctly. Now seeing the existence of Peiko Mako, Shizu Uchiha is more relieved about Shiraishi's safety. The world is really unfair. If Shiraishi's talent in ninja is better, in that case, if Shiraishi and I join forces, the possibility of solving the problems of the Uchiha clan and the village will be much greater. Shizu Uchiha sighed. Shiraishi retracted his gaze and closed the doors and windows. After washing up, he entered the bedroom. Peiko Mako was guarding the door. If there is any situation nearby, Peiko Mako can provide support in the first time. With Uchiha Shizu as a matchmaker, Uchiha Itachi shouldn't have too many suspicions. You can get in touch with Uchiha Sasuke. I wonder who will respond to Uchiha Sasuke's favorability. But, I will most likely not get a reward in terms of living ability. Shiraishi began to look forward to it. The current single Magatama and Chunin strength are not enough for Shiraishi. Although Peiko Mako's strength is good, Shiraishi hopes that his own strength can also be improved. The next day, early in the morning, Uchiha Shizu came over, and behind Uchiha Shizu, followed Uchiha Itachi. Shiraishi, good morning. Shizu, Itachi, good morning. But the two of them came at an inopportune time. At this time, there happened to be a customer. Shiraishi could only go to the warehouse first, gather the ninja tools needed by the customer, deliver them, and after collecting the money, turn to Uchiha Shizu and Uchiha Itachi. The customer who had already walked out of the ninja tool shop couldn't help but look back again. After all, these were Uchiha Shizu and Uchiha Itachi. Two geniuses. You came just in time. Alice just made some breakfast. Let's try it together. Shiraishi led the two into the lounge next door. As for the ninja tool shop, it was temporarily taken care of by Peiko Mako. For the Uchiha people, they had seen mature ninja cats before. Even if they saw Peiko Mako looking after the shop, they would not be too surprised. At most, they were a little curious. Uchiha Shizu and Uchiha Itachi sat. At first, the two did not care about the so-called breakfast. But when the two sat down and saw the breakfast on the table, it was different. A tempting aroma wafted out. As soon as you smelled it, you couldn't help but salivate. Don't be polite, take it and eat it. Shiraishi looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, Shizu is my good friend. Itachi, you are Shizu's good friend, so you are also my good friend. Treat this place as your own home. As he said that, Shiraishi took the initiative to pick up a piece. Uchiha Shizu was not polite and picked up a piece. Then it was Uchiha Itachi. As soon as they took a bite, the eyes of the two people couldn't help but widen, as if they had discovered the door to a new world. It's delicious. Uchiha Shizu looked at Shiraishi immediately. Shiraishi, what is this? It tastes so good, crisp and refreshing. I have never eaten such delicious food. After eating it, I felt that all the tiredness from yesterday was gone. Uchiha Itachi also looked at Shiraishi expectantly. Before, Uchiha Itachi's favorite food was meatballs. Uchiha Itachi thought that his love for meatballs would last throughout his life, but now, Uchiha Itachi has changed. Compared with the food in front of him, all the meatballs before seemed to have no appeal. This dish is called rainbow vegetable jelly, a dish created by Alice. There should be no such dish outside. Alice is the chef of the ninja tool shop and is responsible for the cooking of the ninja tool shop. Shiraishi said. But in fact, in the world of food wars, Shokugeki no Soma, this is a dish made by Tadakoro Megumi. It's just that Alice can also make it, and it just happened that all the ingredients bought yesterday were complete. Yesterday, after Uchiha Shizu proposed to bring Uchiha Itachi here, Shiraishi thought a lot at night. With Uchiha Shizu as the starting point, he gained the relationship with Uchiha Itachi. With Uchiha Itachi as the starting point, he gained the relationship with Uchiha Sasuke. Shiraishi already had an idea about how to improve Uchiha Sasuke's favorability. However, Shiraishi did not completely give up on improving Uchiha Itachi's favorability. If you try, there is still a chance. If you don't try, there will be no chance at all. Shiraishi thought about the information about Uchiha Itachi for a long time. Then he thought of a way to improve Uchiha Itachi's favorability. That is, cooking. Most humans have a preference for cooking. Shiraishi remembered that in the original plot, Uchiha Itachi liked to go to dessert shops and liked meatballs. And Alice's cooking skills are equivalent to a dimensionality reduction strike level for this world. Shiraishi doesn't think that Alice's cooking will not conquer Uchiha Itachi's taste. Now, it is exactly as Shiraishi expected. If you like, you can come here more often in the future. I'll ask Alice to do more. Really? Of course, we are all friends. Shiraishi said, looking at Uchiha Shizu and Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, the number above Uchiha Shizu's head has become 92. And the number above Uchiha Itachi's head has also changed a little, from 66 to 68. 68, recognized by Senior Shizu, a pretty good person. Only 2 points, it's really not easy to improve Uchiha Itachi's favorability. Judging from the numbers, Uchiha Itachi's favorability has increased by 2 points, while Uchiha Shizu's favorability has only increased by 1 point. But the basic favorability of the two is different. Therefore, the difficulty is completely different. Uchiha Shizu's difficulty of 1 point is much greater than Uchiha Itachi's difficulty of 2 points. If you two like it, eat more. I can eat it every day. Then I won't be polite. Uchiha Shizu was very tired recently, so he really didn't say polite. Eating the delicious food in front of him made Uchiha Shizu feel temporarily relaxed. Uchiha Itachi followed and ate a few pieces. Soon, all the rainbow vegetable jelly was eaten, and Shiraishi removed the plate. After Shiraishi came back, Uchiha Shizu looked at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, let's set the gathering point here in the future. Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a moment. This was something Uchiha Shizu had not mentioned before. This place is remote and the environment is safe. Our conversation here will not be known to others. Compared with the woods, waterfalls, etc., this is a better choice. Uchiha Shizu continued. Besides, Shiraishi can be used as a reference for us. In terms of ninja talent, Shiraishi is certainly not very good. But here, Uchiha Shizu pointed to his head. I have never won against Shiraishi. The current situation of our Uchiha is really not very good, so we, the younger generation, need to work harder. Besides, we both have our own things to do, and are very busy, so we may not have time. But Shiraishi is always here. We can communicate with Shiraishi separately, and let Shiraishi summarize and convey. This will be much more efficient. More importantly, Shiraishi deserves our 100% trust. Uchiha Itachi was silent for a moment and nodded. Okay. When Uchiha Itachi agreed, the atmosphere relaxed. Uchiha Shizu and Shiraishi's goals were achieved. Uchiha Shizu could ask Shiraishi to help observe and test Uchiha Itachi. Shiraishi had the opportunity to frequently contact Uchiha Itachi. So soon, Shiraishi could get the opportunity to contact Uchiha Sasuke through Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shizu briefly mentioned that he planned to join the guard department. After that, he focused more time on discussing the current situation of Uchiha. But in fact, Uchiha Shizu's guess about Uchiha Itachi was off-center. Uchiha Shizu felt that Uchiha Itachi might be more inclined to Uchiha between the village and Uchiha. After all, Uchiha Itachi is the son of Uchiha Fugaku. Therefore, more emphasis was placed on the current situation of Uchiha, and being conservative was the more appropriate choice. But in fact, Uchiha Itachi was more inclined to the village between the village and Uchiha. Time passed quickly. Uchiha Shizu took a look outside and got up quickly. I almost forgot that I have something very important to do, and now I have to leave. But we still have a lot of things to talk about. Uchiha Shizu patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder and said, Itachi, I'm leaving first, you and Shiraishi continue, and when I have time, I'll come over here, and then whoever is there will convey the content of the chat to me. After speaking, Uchiha Shizu flashed and left. Uchiha Itachi hesitated. Shiraishi senpai, let's not talk for now. Alice's lunch should be ready soon. Now that Shizu has left, we two should eat more and not waste it. We'll talk after lunch. Uchiha Itachi hesitated and nodded. Okay, thank you for your help, senior. You're welcome. We're all friends. Chapter 6 Sasuke's coming. The two entered the restaurant. 4 dishes were already placed on the table. The tempting aroma wafted out, making people salivate. Itachi, let's eat. Yes, senior Shiraishi. Shiraishi looked at Uchiha Itachi while eating. He was only 9 years old, but he had completely lost his childishness. Instead, he showed an air of maturity and steadiness. Shiraishi remembered that in the original plot, Uchiha Itachi, who was only 6 years old, had already begun to think about the meaning of life and death. A person was under an old tree, thinking about what the true will of fire was. Where the leaves fluttered, the fire was also endless. How does it taste? Very good. Uchiha Itachi said, it's the most delicious food I've ever eaten. That's good, eat more. After lunch, the two returned to the lounge. Shiraishi looked at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, before we formally talk about the situation of the family and the village, how about we talk about something else first? What do you want to talk about, Shiraishi senpai? Itachi, you have a younger brother, right? Yes. A long time ago, I also had a younger brother, but unfortunately, he got sick when he was a child, and the disease was very serious. He couldn't be saved, and didn't grow up smoothly. This matter has always made me very regretful. This is a true story. Shiraishi did not lie. By bringing up this matter, Shiraishi felt that he should be able to narrow the distance with Uchiha Itachi, and improve Uchiha Itachi's favorability. At the same time, it would seem very natural to mention Sasuke. Sorry. Shiraishi waved his hand. This has nothing to do with Itachi, you don't have to apologize, and it's been a long time since the incident, I have let it go. After a pause, Shiraishi continued, by the way, Itachi, can you tell me something about how you get along with your brother? Uchiha Itachi was silent for a moment. I was not very old when Sasuke was born. At that time, I had no idea what a younger brother was, but the moment I saw Sasuke, I felt a very close aura from him. It's strange to say, at that time, Sasuke was crying and making noises when he saw his father and mother, but he immediately quieted down when he saw me. Very cute. Not long after Sasuke was born, a major event broke out in the village, namely, the Ninetales Rebellion. At that time, Sasuke was only a few months old, but he seemed to know the situation outside. He was very sensible, and didn't cause me any trouble. He just let me hold him quietly. But now because I'm too busy, I spend much less time with Sasuke. I know Sasuke is disappointed, but there's nothing I can do. Uchiha Itachi said, with a sigh. There is really no way. Shiraishi nodded and said, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village is getting worse and worse, and this pressure falls more on you. When I discussed with Shizu before, there were 2 directions. One is to not consider why the Uchiha and the village have become like this, and directly find a way to solve the current bad relationship between the Uchiha and the village. The other is to start from the reasons why the Uchiha and the village have become like this, and solve the problem from this aspect. Itachi, what do you think? Uchiha Itachi looked at Shiraishi. Senior Shiraishi, I think the former may be more appropriate. If you trace the source, there are too many issues involved. The efficiency will be very slow, and it may not be successful. My opinion is the same as yours, Itachi. Shiraishi said. But this is difficult, because the conflict has lasted for a long time. Many people in the Uchiha have a lot of dissatisfaction with the village. It is not easy to suppress their ideas. By the way, Itachi, what does the clan leader think? Uchiha Itachi shook his head. Father tried to control it, but the effect was not very ideal. Shisu's idea is to enter the guard department. At present, the Uchiha has the most contact with the outside world, and Shisu hopes to start from the guard department, to ease the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. The problem of the guard department is indeed very big. The two talked one after another. However, Shiraishi could see that Uchiha Itachi did not trust him very much. He did not say his true thoughts and opinions. This can be clearly seen from Uchiha Itachi's favorability. It was 68 before. After lunch, after Shiraishi and Uchiha Itachi talked for so long, it did not even increase by 1 point. It is conceivable. It's getting late. Shiraishi senpai, I have something to do, so I'll go back first. Okay. Uchiha Itachi stood up. Shiraishi sent Uchiha Itachi to the door, took out a small bag, and handed it to Uchiha Itachi. This is the afternoon tea made by Alice. Take some back to Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment and took it. Thank you, Senior Shiraishi. Watching Uchiha Itachi's back as he left, Shiraishi's expression became restrained. Is he so vigilant and defensive? He has a relationship with Shisui and has eaten the delicious food made by Alice, but most of the time he just agrees with what I say, without showing his true intentions. In other words, does Uchiha Itachi not trust Shisui enough? Shiraishi shook his head. My previous judgment was indeed correct. It's too difficult to improve Uchiha Itachi's favorability. With the deliciousness of Alice's cooking, it only increased by 2 points at the beginning. This is a person who thinks independently. But fortunately, it's not all in vain. Shiraishi felt that, even if Uchiha Itachi didn't trust him anymore, he would still bring the afternoon tea that he asked Uchiha Itachi to bring to Uchiha Sasuke, so that he would not think that the afternoon tea snacks he gave were inedible. In that case, Shiraishi and Uchiha Sasuke's chances of getting in touch would be much higher. Not long after, Uchiha Itachi returned home. Father, mother, Sasuke, I'm back. A woman looked up at the door, and after seeing Uchiha Itachi, she smiled gently. Itachi is back. Your father is out. Sasuke is in the backyard. Have you eaten? Uchiha Itachi shook his head. No, I just came back from the ninja tool shop, had lunch there, and brought back some snacks there. Mother, do you want to eat together? Grandma Cat's ninja tool shop. Yes. Uchiha Itachi nodded. But now Grandma Cat is not here. It is Senior Shiraishi who is looking after the shop, and the snacks are made by Alice, the chef of the ninja tool shop. Alice's cooking skills are very good. No, very good. Is it better than mine? Uchiha Makoto asked with a smile. Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while. Different style. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto knew that Alice's cooking skills were probably much better than his own. Otherwise, Uchiha Itachi would not have said that. Then I really want to try it. Let's go to the backyard together. Okay. Brother, mother. The moment Uchiha Sasuke saw Uchiha Itachi, his eyes lit up, and he excitedly rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. When he arrived in front of Uchiha Itachi, he jumped slightly. Uchiha Itachi reached out and hugged Uchiha Sasuke. Brother, you haven't been back for a long time. Can you accompany me to practice kunai throwing today? You promised last time. Uchiha Itachi wanted to refuse, but after hesitating for a while, he agreed. Okay, great, thank you brother. Uchiha Sasuke cheered. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a touch of tenderness in his eyes. However, the tenderness in Uchiha Itachi's eyes may only be for Uchiha Sasuke among the Uchiha. It is unlikely to be when looking at other people. Have some snacks. I brought them back. They are delicious. Uchiha Itachi put the snacks in his hand on the table. Okay. As soon as it was opened, the aroma of the snacks emanated. Uchiha Makoto's eyes lit up slightly. Then she reached out and picked up a small piece. Indeed, it's very good. Uchiha Sasuke had already started eating quickly. Delicious. Brother, you eat too. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. I've already eaten. These are for you. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the snacks on the table, slowed down, picked up a piece, and handed it to Uchiha Itachi. Brother, you have another piece. Just one. This time, Uchiha Itachi did not refuse. Okay. Uchiha Sasuke pushed another part aside. These are for father. By the way, brother, where did you buy these snacks? I want to buy them next time. I didn't buy them. I brought them back from the ninja tool shop. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned for a moment, and the curiosity in his eyes became even stronger. Which ninja tool shop? Uchiha Itachi hesitated. How about this, Sasuke? I'll take you there tomorrow. In addition to ninja tools, the ninja tool shop also has many ninja cats. Shiraishi, the senior from the ninja tool shop, is also a good person. Okay, thank you, brother. Uchiha Itachi reached out and rubbed Uchiha Sasuke's head. Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly and seemed to enjoy it, just like a ninja cat. Uchiha Itachi did not completely trust Shiraishi, but he also had a certain degree of trust and thought that Shiraishi was a good person. In addition, no one dared to harm Uchiha Sasuke within the Uchiha station. Uchiha Itachi felt guilty about Uchiha Sasuke. Therefore, after remembering that Shiraishi mentioned that he once had a younger brother, and seeing that Uchiha Sasuke liked tea and snacks, he wanted to take Uchiha Sasuke to the ninja tool shop to have a look. After eating tea and snacks, Uchiha Itachi took Uchiha Sasuke to the nearby woods to practice. It was not until the evening, when it was dark, that he went home. On the other side, Uchiha Shisu came to the ninja tool shop. Shiraishi. Shisu. Shiraishi asked Alice to make some midnight snacks. The two chatted while eating the midnight snacks. I never thought that the chefs in the ninja tool shop would be so good. Shiraishi, I envy you a little. If you like, you can come here often. It's nothing more than ordering more ingredients and more tableau. If you care, Shisu, just give me some food money. Really? Then I won't be polite. As he said that, Uchiha Shisu took out his purse. Leave this here. I don't need it usually anyway. However, after putting down the purse, Uchiha Shisu hesitated again. But, won't this be bad for you, Shiraishi? After all, Alice is the chef of the ninja tool shop. If Alice is dissatisfied, will she blame you, Shiraishi, when the cat lady comes back? No. Shiraishi said, I have a good relationship with Alice. Uchiha Shisu finally felt relieved. What did you and Itachi talk about during the day today, Shiraishi? Did you find out anything? Itachi doesn't trust me very much. We just had a simple chat about the current situation of the Uchiha in the village. I can't see anything for the time being, but I found a breakthrough. What? Uchiha Sasuke. Shiraishi said. From what Uchiha Itachi said, he seems to care about his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke very much, so I plan to contact Uchiha Sasuke to see. Maybe I can get some useful information from Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Shisu nodded. That's fine. What about you, Shisu? How is the progress of the security department? I have already got the position and will officially take office tomorrow. I will lead a team and be responsible for an area. I haven't figured out how to do it specifically, so let's wait and see. What are the specific responsibilities of the security department? Uchiha Shisu said. It's mainly about enforcing the village's rules and mediating conflicts between villagers. These two jobs are indeed easy to offend people. No wonder the ninjas in the guard department have such a bad reputation among the villagers, and it also affects other Uchiha. I plan to observe how other members of the guard department do it first. It would be great if we can modify the working model to ease the relationship between the guard department and the villagers. Shiraishi asked. Shisu, is the entire Konoha guard department now led by Uchiha people? Yes. Who makes the village's rules? Of course it's the village's top leaders. After Uchiha Shisu said this, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flickered. Shiraishi continued. The village leaders make the rules. If villagers violate the rules, the Uchiha as members of the guard department must uphold the rules, so there will definitely be conflicts with the villagers. If the villagers are not punished, they will be criticized by the village leaders. Shisu, actually I have an idea. Uchiha Shisu asked subconsciously. What idea? In this process, the villagers have a lot of opinions about the guard department, but they don't have such big opinions about the village leaders who make the rules. This proves that the rules are not the problem, the punishment is not the problem, but the contact is the problem. Then, adding another layer between the guard department and the villagers may improve the situation of the guard department, and this added layer will directly contact the villagers. And this layer of people can be hired from ordinary ninjas, or from the villagers. In that case, the opportunities for people in the guard department to have direct contact with the villagers will be much less. The guard department will also become a high-level organization. Chapter 7 What is conflict transfer? Humans are very complex creatures, but they are also very simple creatures. Uchiha Shisu thought about it carefully and found that what Shiraishi said seemed to make sense. Are the people who make the rules wrong? Yes. Are the people who enforce the rules wrong? Yes. They are all correct, but it is easy to cause conflicts with the villagers because people are selfish after all. Different positions will definitely lead to different attitudes. It is easy to hate those who have direct contact. There may also be hatred for those in high positions, but it will be much weaker. Moreover, there will be awe. It seems that it really works. Uchiha Shisui's eyes lit up. Shiraishi, you are simply a genius. This method is still difficult to implement, but if it can really be implemented, it is very likely to change the current situation of the guard department. You have never entered the guard department. Just through some external observations and what I said, you can come up with such a method. It's amazing. Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but sigh in his heart again. If only Shiraishi's ninja talent was better. In fact, this is nothing to Shiraishi. He just copied the content of his previous life. It's just that this world has not developed to that level yet. People's cognition is still in a relatively old state. Unlike Shiraishi's previous life, almost everyone has a good understanding of politics, class, and the transfer of contradictions. Shiraishi said, it is still very difficult. First, we need to get the village's top leaders to agree. More manpower means more expenses, and the village's top leaders may not agree to this expenditure. Second, I don't know the specific situation of the guard department, but there must be some members who will regard the rights of the guard department as their own rights, and don't want to share them with others. They enjoy the feeling of being in contact with the villagers and being superior. This part of the people may have opinions. Uchiha Shisui frowned. I think the situation inside the guard department can be solved. Today I also met with many members of the guard department. The situation like what you said is actually rare. Most members of the guard department don't like this job very much and are bored with it. If there are other choices, they will choose other jobs more often. As he said this, Uchiha Shisui seemed to have thought of something. Shiraishi, do you think this is okay? What? It is indeed difficult to get the village's top leaders to agree to increase spending. So is it okay to not let the village increase spending? Just lay off most of the Uchiha members of the guard department and take out this part of the money. Uchiha Shisui said, use this part of the money to hire ordinary ninjas and civilians. In this way, there will be no problem with the village's top leaders. On the Uchiha side, except for a few people who may have objections, most people should have no objections. The problem of the guard department can be perfectly solved. The relationship between us Uchiha and the villagers can be eased. Shiraishi nodded. I think what you said is feasible, Shisui. We can try it. The sky was completely dark. Uchiha Shisui left. Shiraishi returned to his bedroom. Shiraishi actually had some doubts about the guard department. Shiraishi had two guesses. One was that the guard department was a conspiracy by the Konoha high-level officials against the Uchiha, using this department to increase the conflict between the Uchiha and the villagers. The purpose was to make the Uchiha's reputation in Konoha worse and worse. The second was that the Uchiha members in the guard department were indeed bad-tempered and self-righteous. With a little power, they regarded themselves as great people. Or maybe it was both. Uchiha Shisui got busy and tried to apply to the higher-ups. 2 days later, two figures walked towards the direction of the ninja tool shop. Shiraishi senpai. Shiraishi smiled as he looked at the two figures that walked into the shop. Good morning, Itachi. Then, he looked at the figure next to Itachi. Is this Sasuke? Uchiha Itachi nodded. Sasuke, this is Shiraishi senpai. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Shiraishi curiously. Good morning, Senior Shiraishi. Good morning, Sasuke. Shiraishi gestured and said, come in and sit down. Shiraishi led the two into the lounge and then gestured to Mako Hirako next to him. Mako Hirako, please take care of the store. Yes, sir. Mako Hirako came to the store, jumped lightly, and stood on the counter, with his hands on his chest, a katana on his waist, and a forced serious feeling. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Mako Hirako curiously. Brother, is this a ninja cat? Uchiha Itachi nodded. Then do you have a ninja cat, brother? Uchiha Itachi shook his head. Uchiha Sasuke showed a look of disappointment on his face. Uchiha Itachi then said, our Uchiha clan has a close relationship with ninja cats. If you like ninja cats, Sasuke, when you grow up a little bit, you can find a ninja cat to be your partner. I didn't, because I chose crows. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up again. Okay, then I'm going to find a very powerful ninja cat. Uchiha Itachi looked at Shiraishi again. Senior Shiraishi, I'm really sorry to bother you so suddenly today. The snacks you asked me to take away last time were so delicious that Sasuke couldn't forget them after eating them. I came here this time to ask if I can buy some. If it's too much trouble, forget it." As he said that, Uchiha Itachi took out his purse. Shiraishi waved his hand. "No need to buy anything. I'll ask Alice to make whatever you like." "No, no, no. If that happens, I'll be embarrassed to bring Sasuke here again for the second time." "Okay, then just give me the money for the ingredients. Such delicious snacks are not comparable to ordinary food. How can they be cheaper than the meatballs in the meatball shop outside? That would be too much of a bargain for me. I have to pay at least double the price." "No, even double is not enough." Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said, "Just give me the price of the meatball shop. If you ask for more, I won't sell it. I'm not a professional in this business. After all, the price of the materials is not expensive. Too low. It's settled. We are friends. If you raise the price again, Itachi, you don't consider me a friend." Shiraishi pretended to be angry. This time, Uchiha Itachi didn't insist. "Okay, let's do as you say, Senior Shiraishi." Shiraishi looked at Uchiha Sasuke. "Sasuke, what do you like to eat?" "Bonito rice balls and tomatoes." "Okay, I'll ask Alice to make some bonito rice balls later." Shiraishi came to the kitchen, talked to Alice for a few words, walked out with some snacks, and returned to the lounge. "By the way, Itachi, let's have lunch here at noon today. I've asked Alice to prepare the ingredients." "This?" Uchiha Itachi hesitated. "Last night, Shisu had something to say. Let me tell you." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, Senior Shiraishi." Shiraishi handed the snacks to Uchiha Sasuke. "Sasuke, try it. This is also made by Alice. It tastes pretty good." Uchiha Sasuke was a little bit expectant, but he still looked at Uchiha Itachi first. He didn't happily open the bag of snacks until Uchiha Itachi nodded. "It smells so good." After opening the bag, Uchiha Sasuke took a small piece and tasted it himself. "It's delicious." However, he didn't eat the second piece himself, but handed it to Uchiha Itachi. After that, he handed the third piece to Shiraishi. "Senior Shiraishi, you eat it too." "Thank you." Shiraishi took it. While eating, Shiraishi looked at the top of Uchiha Sasuke's head. A small line of text that only Shiraishi could see. 36. A big brother who can bring out delicious food. Shiraishi was not surprised by this number. In the Uchiha family, the people Shiraishi had not had much contact with basically had a favorability of around 30, with a little fluctuation. Outside of the Uchiha clan, the favorability of Konoha ranges from negative to 20. Negative people are hated. This shows that the situation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha is indeed not very good, and most people in the Uchiha clan still have a sense of family identity and will identify with each other because they are from the same clan. Uchiha Sasuke's favorability is 36, and the extra 6 points should come from Uchiha Itachi, and the other part comes from the food made by Alice. The three of them chatted briefly. Not long after, it was lunchtime. "My lord, lunch is ready." Alice's voice sounded. "Okay, Alice, you've worked hard." Shiraishi turned to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke and said, "Itachi, Sasuke, lunch is ready. Let's go to the restaurant. There is a sink next to the restaurant." "Okay." Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke stood up. The three of them came to the restaurant, washed their hands, and sat down. Uchiha Sasuke was looking forward to it. Even Uchiha Itachi was actually looking forward to it. Even at a young age, Uchiha Itachi began to think independently. His mind was full of the relationship between the village and the Uchiha, and the will of fire filled his brain. But Uchiha Itachi also liked food. There were 4 dishes in total. The portions were good. The colors on the plate were tempting. "Let's eat." Shiraishi picked up the chopsticks. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks. More than 3 years old, less than 4 years old. But Uchiha Sasuke already knew a lot of things, and he had no problem living independently. However, Uchiha Sasuke was more or less taken care of by Uchiha Makoto in life. On the other hand, Uzumaki Naruto, who was the same age, was the one who really lived alone. People in this world are really precocious. Shiraishi recalled the situation in the original plot, in the ninja school. Just after entering school, or even before entering school, the students began to talk about the objects they liked, and fell in love very early. How does it taste, Sasuke? Delicious. Uchiha Sasuke hesitated for a moment and said, it's the best I've ever eaten. If you like it, eat more. Shiraishi saw that as lunch progressed, the number above Uchiha Sasuke's head was slowly rising. The meal was over. All 4 dishes were eaten up, without any left. The surrounding ninja cats left disappointed again. Meow. A cat rubbed its head against Shiraishi. At noon, the ninja tool shop would have a 2-hour break, so Shiraishi ordered Peiko Mako to close the door, and then took Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke to the backyard. Uchiha Sasuke was very curious about Peiko Mako. Shiraishi and Uchiha Itachi distanced themselves from Uchiha Sasuke. Last night, Shisu and I discussed a decision. Senior Shiraishi, what is it? Shiraishi said, under the current circumstances, the main problem is the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. If the conflict continues to intensify, it will definitely cause huge problems. Either the Uchiha will suffer a huge blow. Either the village will suffer a huge blow. Either the Uchiha and the village will suffer a huge blow. And the conflict comes from 2 aspects. One is the dissatisfaction of the Uchiha clan with the village policy. The second is the village's dissatisfaction with the Uchiha. What Shizu and I discussed yesterday was the solution to the second problem, which was to remove some of the Uchiha members from the Konoha guard department and let them return to the family. After that, use this part of the treatment to recruit ordinary ninjas, or even ordinary people, to set up a new department. This department will directly contact the villagers. The guard department will be responsible for the work between this department and the village leaders. In this way, the villagers' dissatisfaction with the Uchiha can be reduced. I, Shisu, have already demonstrated it, and think it is feasible. But regarding the first point, neither Shisu nor I have any good ideas. Itachi, do you have any ideas? Uchiha Itachi was silent for a moment. In the first half of the time, he was thinking about the method Shiraishi said to solve the villagers' dissatisfaction with the Uchiha, and in the second half of the time, he was thinking about the question raised by Shiraishi. Senior Shiraishi, why do you think the Uchiha people are dissatisfied with the village? There are many reasons. Shiraishi looked at Uchiha Itachi and shrugged. For example, the Uchiha and the Senju jointly founded Konoha, but now the Uchiha are not treated as the founders of Konoha, and even their base has been driven to the edge of the village. In addition, the contradictions will continue to accumulate over time. The longer the time, the bigger the problem. After a pause, Shiraishi added another sentence. There are also some members of the Uchiha who are too radical, too extreme, and too proud. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's expression seemed to change. After a moment, Senior Shiraishi, I think we can start from this direction. Which direction? It's what you just said, the mentality of the Uchiha members. Uchiha Itachi said, I think many Uchiha members are still immersed in the era of Uchiha Madara, and have no clear concept of the current situation. Shiraishi was a little surprised. This sentence seemed to reveal the true thoughts of Uchiha Itachi. Last time, Uchiha Itachi would never say such a thing in front of him. Suddenly, Shiraishi noticed that the number above Uchiha Itachi's head had changed to 70. Shiraishi suddenly realized. No wonder. The favorability has increased, so he will reduce his distrust of me and speak the truth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8, Uchiha Sasuke's favorability. Because what I said just now just happened to coincide with Uchiha Itachi's point of view? This discovery surprised Shiraishi a little. At the beginning, Shiraishi was sure that it would be difficult to improve Uchiha Itachi's favorability. Because of Alice's food, it was forcibly increased by 2 points. But the second time he ate Alice's food, the favorability did not change. This made Shiraishi confirm his judgment. But now, Shiraishi has seen a new way to improve Uchiha Itachi's favorability. This makes Shiraishi look forward to it. Shiraishi doesn't like Uchiha Itachi as a person, and he doesn't agree with Uchiha Itachi's views and ideas, but Shiraishi recognizes Uchiha Itachi's strength and talent. If you make a request with Uchiha Itachi's favorability, the responder will definitely not be bad. Then, the ninja cat obtained by strengthening will definitely not be bad. The reward you get will not be bad either. Shiraishi knows Uchiha Itachi's point of view. Believe in the will of fire, put the village first, and put the family second. However, before, Shiraishi felt that with Uchiha Itachi's independent thinking and his attitude when he first talked to him, even if he agreed with Uchiha Itachi's point of view, it would be difficult to improve Uchiha Itachi's favorability. But now it seems that this is not the case. Uchiha Itachi also seems to hope that someone will agree with his point of view. Shiraishi thought and said, indeed, the current situation of Uchiha is different from before. It used to be a separate ninja family. Now it is a member of Konoha. If you still consider the problem in the past, there will definitely be problems. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Senior Shiraishi, I actually discussed with Senior Shisui about changing the mentality of Uchiha family members, but Senior Shisui did not agree with my idea. Shiraishi looked at Uchiha Itachi. At this time, the number above Uchiha Itachi's head changed again. From 70 to 72. Itachi, what do you think? Hit. Uchiha Itachi said, persuasion, reason, reminder, these are all ineffective. Uchiha people are too self-centered, and it is difficult for them to listen to others. In this case, only failure can make them wake up. We must find an opportunity to make Uchiha suffer a painful defeat. Shiraishi looked at Uchiha Itachi calmly. Self-centered? Hard to listen to others? Who among the Uchiha clan is more self-centered than you? Who is harder to listen to others than you? You see the shortcomings of others, but you can't see your own. What kind of opportunity? At least the opportunity of the death of multiple Uchiha elite ninjas. Uchiha Itachi said, only the death of multiple Uchiha elite ninjas will be a huge enough blow to the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, those people will never wake up. But Senior Shisui disagrees. Senior Shisui said that he doesn't want to solve the problem with the death of innocent people. That's not right. This time, Shiraishi did not blindly agree with Uchiha Itachi. Shiraishi really wanted to improve Uchiha Itachi's favorability, but if he didn't agree with these words without thinking, Uchiha Itachi might get hot-headed and act without thinking. In that case, it would inevitably lead to the death of innocent Uchiha members. That's not what Shiraishi wanted to see. Shisui's consideration is not unreasonable. Shiraishi said, the situation may not be that bad yet. By the way, Itachi, have you talked to your father about this? Does Senior Fugaku have any ideas? Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while. No. Uchiha Itachi's tone was a little stiff. Shiraishi noticed that the number above Uchiha Itachi's head changed again. But this time it didn't increase. It decreased. From 72 to 71. Shiraishi. He just didn't completely agree with Uchiha Itachi and didn't refute it, but his favorability dropped. Father didn't discuss this with me much, but thought that I didn't know enough. In my father's eyes, I might still be a child who hasn't grown up. Shiraishi raised his eyebrows slightly. However, these few words of Uchiha Itachi gave Shiraishi some other surprises. Because from the tone of these words, it can be clearly heard that Uchiha Itachi is somewhat dissatisfied with Uchiha Fugaku. Shiraishi can use this as a basis to complete the process of testing Uchiha Itachi entrusted to Uchiha Shisui. Push Uchiha Shisui one step further on the road to the position of the head of the Uchiha clan. Once Uchiha Shisui becomes the head of the clan, the situation of the Uchiha clan will be completely different. Moreover, Shiraishi can also influence Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Sasuke walked towards the two of them. Brother, Shiraishi senpai. The two ended the conversation. Shiraishi looked at the top of Uchiha Sasuke's head. The number on it had changed more than the number on Uchiha Itachi's head. It had changed from 36 to 40, increasing the favorability by 4 points. By the way, Senior Shiraishi, how long will it take for the tea? It will take a while. Itachi, do you have anything to do? I do have something to do. How about this? I'll take Sasuke away first and come back here after I'm done with my work. Does Sasuke have something to do too? Uchiha Itachi hesitated. That's not the case. If you're relieved, Itachi, you can leave Sasuke here, and I'll take Sasuke back after the tea is ready. How about that? If you have something to do over there, just focus on your work, and don't be distracted. Shiraishi suggested. Maybe it was the 71 favor ability that worked, or maybe it was Uchiha Sasuke's pleading eyes that worked. Uchiha Itachi agreed, after hesitating for a moment. Then I'll trouble you, Senior Shiraishi. No trouble, I'm the only one in the ninja tool shop. With more people, it'll be more lively here, and there will be people to talk to me. Uchiha Itachi left. Shiraishi and Uchiha Sasuke sent Uchiha Itachi to the door. When they saw Uchiha Itachi's back completely disappear, Shiraishi took Uchiha Sasuke back to the backyard. Some ninja cats were sleeping lazily in the backyard. Shiraishi senpai, can I touch it? Uchiha Sasuke stared at a chubby raccoon cat. Of course. Shiraishi nodded and said, the ninja cats in the ninja tool shop have good personalities. As long as you don't want to hurt them, and want to be friends with them, they will like you. Uchiha Sasuke's hand has already fallen on the raccoon cat. Meow. The raccoon cat stretched lazily. So cute. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up, and the number above his head increased by 1 again. Senior Shiraishi, when I grow up, how should I choose a ninja cat? Are all ninja cats powerful? Or is my brother's crow more powerful? Each has its own strengths. Shiraishi said, to choose a ninja cat, you first need to get the recognition of the ninja cat, which is actually not an easy thing. Most Uchiha people don't have ninja cats. Part of it is because I don't like it, and the other part is that I haven't found a suitable one. Choosing a ninja cat is actually the same as choosing a partner. You need to trust each other and rely on each other to cooperate best. Uchiha Sasuke looked back in the direction of the store. Is it just like Senior Shiraishi and Mako Hirako? Almost. Shiraishi paused and said, in fact, I also had a younger brother before. Does Senior Shiraishi have a younger brother? Where is he? He has passed away. He was seriously ill and could not be saved. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's all over. So I envy Itachi. He has a younger brother. I can also see that Itachi really likes you as a younger brother. He is very good. There is no doubt about this. It's not just what Uchiha Itachi said himself. In the original plot, Uchiha Itachi exterminated the entire Uchiha clan, leaving Uchiha Sasuke alone to survive, which can be clearly seen. Shiraishi said, he told me some of your stories before. Sasuke, you should like Itachi very much. Yeah, I like my brother the most. Uchiha Sasuke nodded seriously. My brother is very powerful. I want to be as powerful as my brother in the future. But unfortunately, after my brother graduated, he was too busy and had very little time to play with me. Itachi has no choice. He is really busy as a ninja. Especially a genius like Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke said sensibly, I know, I don't mean to blame my brother. Shiraishi reached out and patted Uchiha Sasuke on the shoulder. Sasuke, do you have any games you want to play? What do you like to do when you are with Itachi? Practice kunai throwing. Kunai throwing? Shiraishi pointed to the corner of the backyard and said, there is a target there. I have many discarded kunai here. I will let Peiko Mako play kunai throwing with you. How about that? Okay. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up. Soon, Shiraishi prepared everything. Peiko Mako, come here. Sir. Practice kunai throwing with Sasuke. Yes, sir. Peiko Mako glanced at Uchiha Sasuke indifferently. Peiko Mako felt a little headache for a child like Uchiha Sasuke, but she was absolutely obedient to Shiraishi's orders. Shiraishi returned to the store. Now Shiraishi's main task is to improve Uchiha Sasuke's favorability. By the way, improve Uchiha Itachi's favorability. Because Shiraishi is not sure that he can improve Uchiha Itachi's favorability to more than 90. But not being sure doesn't mean giving up. Now Shiraishi has found 2 ways to improve Uchiha Itachi's favorability. One is the delicious food made by Alice. The other is to agree with Uchiha Itachi's point of view. These 2 ways can improve Uchiha Itachi's favorability. But both have problems. The former is slower, and the latter is unstable. Both need time to slowly grind. To improve Uchiha Sasuke's favorability, you can start from 3 aspects. One is delicious food, one is ninja cats, and the other is to praise Uchiha Itachi in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke now admires Uchiha Itachi very much. Praising Uchiha Itachi in front of Uchiha Sasuke can get Uchiha Sasuke's approval. However, there is one thing to be cautious about here. Uchiha Sasuke is a brother con. Uchiha Itachi is a brother con. Shiraishi can be nice to Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Itachi will be grateful for this, but he cannot spend too much time with Uchiha Sasuke and be too close to him, otherwise Uchiha Itachi will be wary and resist him. Dang. 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 The sound of Kune hitting the target rang out. Shiraishi was calculating in his mind. When Uchiha Sasuke's favorability is raised to 90, it's time to choose the next target. One figure after another appeared in Shiraishi's mind. Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto. Apart from these people, there are actually no good targets in the Uchiha family. However, when I make a request with Uchiha Sasuke's favorability, get a response, and strengthen the ninja cat, my overall strength will definitely usher in a huge change. At that time, I will have more choices. A tempting aroma came from the direction of the kitchen. Shiraishi looked outside. There was no one on the road. Obviously, there would be no customers for a while. Shiraishi came to the kitchen. Alice stepped on the stool and prepared the food. In terms of physical strength and strength, Alice actually had no problem. After all, she was a genin level ninja cat. She was physically stronger than ordinary people. It was just that her height was a little inconvenient. Alice prepared the food very seriously. My lord. Alice waited until the busy interval before turning back to look at Shiraishi. Alice, you have worked hard. Now Shiraishi was more and more satisfied with Alice's appearance. Not only could it improve Shiraishi's quality of life, it also gave Shiraishi a very versatile way to improve others' favorability. Delicious food is something that many people can't resist. No, cooking is fun, and it's Alice's honor to be able to help you, my lord. How long will it take to finish? About half an hour. Okay, when you're done, just put it in the lounge. Yes, my lord. Half an hour later, Shiraishi came to the backyard. Uchiha Sasuke looked very happy. His head was full of sweat, and his clothes were soaked. However, he was still immersed in the throwing of the kune. Whenever he hit the target, he would shout excitedly, "Hirako-senpai, come again." But Peiko Mako noticed Shiraishi's arrival and stopped. Uchiha Sasuke then stopped. "Shiraishi-senpai. Sasuke, did you have fun?" "Thank you, Shiraishi-senpai, I'm very happy," Uchiha Sasuke said with a smile. "As long as you are happy, the refreshments are ready. It's getting late. I'll take you back first. If you wait too long, Itachi will be anxious." Uchiha Sasuke looked at Peiko Mako and the target with some reluctance, but still nodded. Okay. When they reached the door, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly looked up at Shiraishi. "Shiraishi-senpai, can I come again in the future?" "Of course, anytime." Chapter 9 Kwan. Thank you, Senior Shiraishi. This is exactly what Shiraishi expected. But Shiraishi couldn't take the initiative to speak. Once he spoke, with Uchiha Itachi's character, he would definitely be suspected. Not only Uchiha Itachi, but also Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto would suspect him. And if Uchiha Sasuke took the initiative to ask, the risk would be much smaller. Not long after, Shiraishi sent Uchiha Sasuke to the door of his home. The courtyard door was closed. Suddenly, the courtyard door opened, and a figure walked out. An Uchiha that Shiraishi didn't know. He was dressed in an ordinary ninja outfit, with a capable aura. When the ninja saw Uchiha Sasuke, he looked at Shiraishi for a few times, and only left, after making sure that there was no problem. "Sasuke, go in, I'll take you here." "Senior Shiraishi, don't you want to come in and sit down?" "No, I just sent you back. I have something to do at the ninja tool shop. I've been away for a long time." Shiraishi smiled and shook his head. Uchiha Sasuke pushed open the courtyard door. After walking in, he turned back and waved to Shiraishi. "Goodbye, Senior Shiraishi." "Goodbye." The courtyard door closed, and Shiraishi turned and left. 46. A very good big brother. In one day, Uchiha Sasuke's favorability increased by 10 points, from 36 to 46. Shiraishi was quite satisfied with this result. At this rate, even in the future, Uchiha Sasuke's favorability will increase more slowly. But it won't take long to increase Uchiha Sasuke's favorability to 90. After all, Uchiha Sasuke's situation is not as complicated as Uchiha Itachi's. Bang! A hurried footstep sounded, and Shiraishi had just passed the corner when a figure suddenly rushed towards Shiraishi. If Shiraishi was still the same Shiraishi, he might not be able to react. But after a strengthening, Shiraishi's reaction ability has improved a lot. He moved 2 steps to the side and avoided the opponent. Plop. A figure fell to the ground. Shiraishi finally saw the opponent's appearance clearly. A little girl, not much older than Uchiha Itachi, without a ninja forehead protector. Obviously, she is still a student of the ninja school. She has long hair, and she looks up. There is a small teardrop mole under her right eye, and her facial features are very delicate. Uchiha Izumi. The name of this little girl emerged in Shiraishi's mind. An Uchiha with good talent, who awakened the Sharingan on the night of the nine-tailed fox. And on the night of the genocide, it had reached the level of 3 Megatama. She has a gentle, kind, and considerate personality. Hiss, it hurts. Uchiha Izumi frowned slightly. Shiraishi stretched out his hand. Can you get up? Uchiha Izumi looked at Shiraishi, hesitated for a moment, and then held Shiraishi's hand and stood up. Yes, thank you senior. Shiraishi noticed that Uchiha Izumi's knee hit the stone when he fell, breaking a large cut. Blood was flowing out, and mud and sand had sunk into the wound. I'm the current owner of the ninja tool shop. Your injury looks quite serious. This place is very close to the ninja tool shop. I will take you there to treat your wound. Uchiha Izumi hesitated. Senior, I'm fine. No need. If this wound is not treated in time, it may leave a serious scar. Shiraishi said, you don't know me, but you must have heard of the ninja tool shop. The ninja tool shop of Granny Cat is all Uchiha people. I'm not a bad person. Shiraishi could see Uchiha Izumi's vigilance. They are all Uchiha clan members, but there are still quite a few Uchiha people. Uchiha Izumi didn't know Shiraishi, so he must have some concerns. Not everyone in a family has a good relationship. Moreover, this is Uchiha. The Uchiha people are higher in personality than those of other ninja families. There are quite a few people with personality problems. But the words of Granny Cat's ninja tool shop dispelled some of Uchiha Izumi's vigilance. Okay, I'll trouble you senior. He took Uchiha Izumi back to the ninja tool shop. Peiko Mako looked over at him the first time and jumped down from the counter. Peiko Mako, go get some tools and medicines for treating external injuries. Yes, sir. Uchiha Izumi looked at Peiko Mako curiously. Senior, is this the ninja cat? Yes. Soon, Peiko Mako came out with the tools. Shiraishi began to clean Uchiha Izumi's wound. For ninjas, this is a necessary course. Even in the era when there were no medical ninjas, all ninjas knew how to do it. First clean up the debris, then apply medicine, and then wrap a bandage. Almost done. Thank you senior. Sit down and rest for a while. It's still early now. You shouldn't be in a hurry to go back. Waiting for the wound to stabilize will be good for your recovery. Do you want something to drink? No need. Shiraishi sat down opposite Uchiha Izumi, with a distance between them. The door of the ninja tool shop was open. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Uchiha Shiraishi. I've graduated from the ninja school for more than a year. I'm now a genin, mainly responsible for the ninja tool shop. Granny Cat left the hospital for something and entrusted the ninja tool shop to me. Uchiha Izumi nodded. Senior Shiraishi, I'm Uchiha Izumi, and I'm now a student at the ninja school. Then your teacher should have told you a name. What name? Uchiha Shizu. Senior Shizu? Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened. Shiraishi said, Uchiha Shizu and I are classmates, but he graduated early, and I graduated normally, but we have a good relationship. Uchiha Izumi nodded. I've heard of Shizu senpai's name. The teacher would say so, and the elders would also say so. They all said that Shizu senpai is our Uchiha genius. Very, very powerful. Shizu's talent is indeed very strong. Shiraishi senpai, you are also very powerful. You can be responsible for an entire ninja tool shop by yourself. There is not much to do in the ninja tool shop, and I have the assistance of the ninja cats. A calico cat looked at Uchiha Izumi curiously, walked with cat steps, came to Uchiha Izumi's side, and smelled the smell on Uchiha Izumi's body. Uchiha Izumi was a little nervous. He subconsciously looked at Shiraishi. It's okay, the ninja cats won't hurt you, it's just that you are here for the first time, and they are a little curious. Uchiha Izumi finally relaxed. The calico cat rubbed its head against Uchiha Izumi's body. Meow. Uchiha Izumi was immediately captured. Senior Shiraishi, can I touch it? Sure. Uchiha Izumi tentatively reached out his hand to the calico cat. The calico cat noticed Uchiha Izumi's action, but did not resist, and even deliberately raised its head a little. So cute. It's furry, so comfortable to touch. Uchiha Izumi laughed, and even the pain in his knees seemed to have been forgotten. A line of words that only Shiraishi could see floated above Uchiha Izumi's head. 39. A very kind senior. Meeting Uchiha Izumi was a pleasant surprise for Shiraishi. Shiraishi had already decided to use Uchiha Izumi as a target for gaining favorability. Shiraishi's original plan was to go through Uchiha Itachi. After all, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi were classmates. But now, there is no need to go through Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, the speed at which Uchiha Izumi's favorability increased satisfied Shiraishi. The initial 30 has now become 39, and the speed of improvement is a few points faster than Uchiha Sasuke. At this rate, Uchiha Izumi's favorability may be raised to more than 90 points before Uchiha Sasuke's favorability reaches 90 points. Shiraishi gestured to Alice. Soon, Alice was busy in the kitchen. A burst of cooking aroma wafted out. Uchiha Izumi smelled the smell and sniffed subconsciously, but did not speak. Not long after, Alice came out with a few cups of hot drinks. My lord, it's ready. There were 4 cups in total. Shiraishi took 1 cup and handed another to Peiko Mako next to him. After that, Alice brought the remaining 2 cups to Uchiha Izumi. This is a fruit tea made by Alice. It tastes good. You have just been injured. Drinking some of this fruit tea will also help you recover from your injuries. Everyone has it. You are welcome. Choose 1 cup. Uchiha Izumi hesitated and chose one of them. Alice took another cup and returned to Shiraishi. The ninja cats that had been scattered came together again. They meowed, hoping to get some food. Peiko Mako drank the whole cup of fruit tea in just a few gulps. In comparison, Alice ate more like a lady, drinking in small sips. Her 2 little feet swayed with a playful look. Uchiha Izumi put the cup to his lips, and before he tasted it, a strong fruity aroma gushed out. In an instant, Uchiha Izumi felt that his lungs became transparent. What a nice smell. Then, he took a light sip. The delicious taste burst out in Uchiha Izumi's mouth. Refreshing. Just the right amount of sour and sweet. Delicious. Uchiha Izumi stopped and looked at Shiraishi. Izumi, how does it taste? Shiraishi senpai, it's delicious. Thank you. You're welcome. Shiraishi waved his hand and said, come to think of it, your injury is also partly my fault. No, I was too reckless. Uchiha Izumi shook his head repeatedly and said, I almost bumped into you, Shiraishi senpai. If you hadn't helped me bandage my wound, my injury might have been more serious. Thank you so much, Shiraishi senpai. As the fruit tea appeared, the number above Uchiha Izumi's head changed again. From 39 to 43. It was a little lower than Uchiha Sasuke's favorability, but the increase was higher than Uchiha Sasuke's. Shiraishi senpai. After Uchiha Izumi finished drinking the fruit tea, he got down from the chair, looked at Shiraishi, and said, it's getting late, and my injuries have recovered a little, so I'll go back first. Walk slowly and be careful on the road. Okay, I'll pay attention. Shiraishi sent Uchiha Izumi to the door. Come over and play when you have time. I see these ninja cats like you very much. I don't have much time to play with them usually. They should be very happy if you come. The calico cat poked its head out and looked in the direction of Uchiha Izumi. Okay, Shiraishi senpai. Shiraishi watched Uchiha Izumi's back as he left. 43. A very enthusiastic, kind, and good senior. Alice, she's really good. Shiraishi turned around and looked at Alice. For now, Shiraishi is very satisfied with the 2 ninja cats. Peiko Mako has the strength of an elite jonin and can protect Shiraishi's safety, while Alice has cooking skills that are simply a dimensionality reduction attack in this world, which can help Shiraishi improve others' favorability. It will be useful to Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Izumi. It will definitely be useful to others in the future. Do you want to go to the handmade ramen shop again to improve the handmade ramen's favorability? Strengthen a ninja cat with good cooking skills? Or choose someone with other life skills? After all, it's not just food that can improve favorability. Food is just one aspect. For now, Alice's ability is enough. Uchiha Itachi returned home, and the first thing he did was to find Uchiha Sasuke. He was relieved when he saw Uchiha Sasuke in the backyard. "Sasuke, brother." Hearing the voice, Uchiha Sasuke showed a surprised expression. "You're finally back." Uchiha Sasuke quickly picked up the bag in his hand and said, "Brother Mushy Rice Ball, do you want to eat with me?" "Okay." Uchiha Itachi sat down next to Uchiha Sasuke. The two opened the bag and began to taste. "It's delicious." Uchiha Itachi asked calmly, "Sasuke, did you have fun in the ninja tool shop today?" "Very happy." "Can you tell me about it?" "Of course." Uchiha Sasuke said, "After you left, Shiraishi Senpai stayed with me for a while. When a guest came, Shiraishi Senpai left and let Hirako Senpai stay with me. I practiced kunai throwing with Hirako Senpai in the backyard. Brother, I have improved a lot now. Do you want to see it?" Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. "Hirako Senpai? It's Shiraishi Senpai's ninja cat, the yellow one. It should be an orange cat. Hirako Senpai is very strong. I also want a ninja cat as strong as Hirako Senpai in the future." Uchiha Itachi showed a look of realization and recalled the appearance of Peiko Mako. Then, he smiled at Uchiha Sasuke. "Okay, let me see." Uchiha Sasuke excitedly took out the kunai. At night, Uchiha Shizu came to the ninja tool shop. However, at this time, Uchiha Shizu did not look very good, very tired, very lost, as if he had suffered a great blow and was dejected. "Shizu, what's wrong?" Uchiha Shizu shook his head. 8th generation senior did not agree with our proposal. "Disagree?" Shiraishi handed Uchiha Shizu a cup of tea. "What was the reason for the rejection given by 8th generation senior? Please read and vote. Is there any big guy who can give some?" Chapter 10 Then make him more radical. 8th generation senior said that compared to this benefit, sacrificing the power, status, and prestige of the Uchiha clan is not advisable. Is 8th generation senior a radical or a conservative? Radical. Uchiha Shizu said. 8th generation senior's answer is that under the current circumstances, the Uchiha clan is already in a very bad situation, and the guard department represents the little status and power that the Uchiha clan has left. Once this is lost, then Konoha will have even less room for the Uchiha clan. Shiraishi's brows moved slightly. This statement is not wrong. However, it should be placed in a specific situation. If the attitude of the village's top leaders is to seek stability, then Uchiha 8th generation's idea is correct. But if the attitude of the village's top leaders is not like this, then the guard department is equivalent to a chronic poison for the Uchiha clan, drinking poison to quench thirst. How did you refute that, Shizu? I said that the current situation of the guard department is more harmful than beneficial to Uchiha. If it continues like this, our Uchiha's reputation will only get worse and worse, and the conflicts with the villagers will become greater and greater. But 8th generation senior. 8th generation senior said that there is no need to care about the opinions of ordinary villagers. This is a ninja world. That's right. Uchiha Shizu nodded. But I don't think the opinions of ordinary villagers are unimportant. Maybe one or two people really don't have any impact, but when there are enough ordinary villagers like this, it can also cause a serious impact. But I can't convince 8th generation senior. We both hold our own opinions and think we are right. Uchiha Shizu sighed. Shiraishi's point of view is the same as Uchiha Shizu's. The opinions of one or two villagers are indeed unimportant, but if there are enough villagers, it will cause a qualitative change. Some ninjas' relatives, neighbors, and friends may all be ordinary villagers. These relationships can definitely be affected. Even within the Uchiha family, there are many ordinary people. Moreover, most of the people in the village are ordinary people in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation. The environment will change a person's mind imperceptibly. Therefore, even if ordinary ninjas or ninjas from other ninja families have never had conflicts with Uchiha people, or even have little contact with them, they will naturally have bad feelings because of the environment. Cultural invasion and public opinion guidance are actually very important things. They cannot be touched or seen, but they really exist. Why do some people, who were born in the land of sand, and have never left their town in their lives, hate people from the land of water who they have never met? And some other people, who were born in the land of grass, and have never left their town in their lives, are as friendly as their real hometown when they mention the land of fire? If Uchiha Madara was still alive, Uchiha really wouldn't have to worry about these. However, the current strength of Uchiha is not that strong. Maybe we can change our thinking. Shiraishi said. What's the idea? Yadashi-senpai is a radical, right? That's right. So what is Yadashi-senpai's idea? Take the initiative to fight against the village leaders, seize all the resources that can be seized, strengthen the strength of Uchiha, no longer given, maintain a strong attitude to the outside world, and accumulate strength. But in fact, not much strength can be accumulated in this way. Shiraishi said, I think Yadashi-senpai is a radical, but not radical enough. Under his control, the guard department can only defend the status quo at best, and cannot make progress. Moreover, as such a fight continues, the conflict between Uchiha and the village leaders will definitely become more and more serious, and sooner or later it will develop into a violent civil war. Didn't you investigate before, Shisu, that some members of the radical faction wanted to defeat the current village leaders and gain control of the village through a civil war? Since there is a civil war, then Uchiha needs more strength. It's not enough now. The work of the guard department occupies many Uchiha ninjas. Because of work, these ninjas cannot spend most of their time and energy on improving their strength. So let's give the work of the guard department to other ordinary ninjas and even ordinary villagers, so that these Uchiha can be taken out for special training. Uchiha Shisu frowned. But will this lead to more and more Uchiha who want civil war? Once that happens, the situation will be difficult to control. Shisu, don't you think that, if nothing is done, there will be more Uchiha like this? Shiraishi asked back. Uchiha Shisu was silent for a moment. There will be more. Since there will be more, then why don't we do this? At least it can solve the problem of the Uchiha's reputation in the village continuing to deteriorate, which is an additional benefit. Shiraishi paused and continued. In addition, a civil war can only be considered a civil war if it breaks out. As long as the village leaders don't know about it, then the civil war does not exist, right? A civil war that has not occurred is not a civil war. Moreover, if the 8th generation intends to accumulate strength, he will definitely hide it and not let the outside world know. Then, for the village leaders, it means that the Uchiha clan has retreated. The village can then enter a period of stability. And when the 8th generation feels that he has accumulated enough strength, by that time, Shisu, you should have a strong voice in the Uchiha clan. As long as you want to stop the civil war, you can suppress the Uchiha clan. In this way, our goal will be achieved. Uchiha Shisu sorted out his thoughts. First, we pretended to be radicals, and persuaded Senior Yashiro to take a more radical path. But this is just deceiving Senior Yashiro. Our real purpose is to make the guards reform according to our ideas, improve the reputation of Uchiha, and ease the conflicts between Uchiha and villagers. Senior Yashiro and his men are secretly training the withdrawn Uchiha. When they return from the special training, the right to speak and the status will be in my hands. If I don't want to start a civil war, they can't start one. Shiraishi nodded. That's right. However, there is one thing that is slightly different, that is, the civil war, in Shiraishi's view, can be real or fake, and it depends on the future situation. It seems feasible. I will try it this way next. By the way, Shiraishi, have you made any progress on Itachi? Yes. Uchiha Shisu's eyes lit up slightly. What do you mean? During the conversation between Itachi and I, Itachi expressed his dissatisfaction with some Uchiha clan members, mainly the radicals. He hopes to deal a heavy blow to the Uchiha clan, so that they can understand their own situation. Uchiha Shisu nodded. Itachi also talked to me about this, but I think it's too outrageous. I can't accept killing several elite Uchiha ninjas just to calm down some Uchiha members. Shiraishi continued. Afterwards, I asked Uchiha Itachi whether he had discussed it with Fugaku-senpai. Itachi's answer was no. The key is not the two words no, but Itachi's expression at the time. I can see that Itachi is dissatisfied with Fugaku-senpai. This dissatisfaction comes from the fact that Fugaku-senpai, as the clan leader, did not handle the situation of Uchiha well. Shisu, I think you underestimate Itachi a little. He should not be the kind of person who regards the father-son relationship as more important than the entire Uchiha family. Itachi's tolerance is more than that. In fact, the family relationship between father and son is really nothing to Uchiha Itachi. Therefore, it is not wrong for Shiraishi to say this now. It is just that in front of Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi is said to be preferred. After all, at this stage, the relationship between Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi is still good. After I finish my work with the security department, I'd like to trouble Shiraishi to keep an eye on Itachi. Our plan must not have any accidents. Itachi, I still can't be completely relieved. No need to trouble you. I'm also a member of the Uchiha. Shiraishi waved at the door. Speaking of which, the one who really works the hardest is actually you, Shisui. Naruto Mako came forward with 2 bowls of porridge. Have some porridge as a midnight snack. Alice just made it. Uchiha Shisui sniffed. Smells so good. Uchiha Shisui looked at Shiraishi and said, to be honest, Shiraishi, I'm more and more grateful that Uchiha has you, and we have become good friends. Your thoughts and ideas are so clear. If you were not an Uchiha, I would have thought you were from the Nera family. And you have a good cook like Alice here. After a hard day, I come to your place and eat some of Alice's food. I feel that my physical and mental fatigue can be reduced by more than half, and I have more motivation. Shiraishi, will we succeed? Shiraishi nodded. For sure. If it was just Uchiha Shisui alone, Shiraishi was not sure, even if Shiraishi convinced Uchiha Shisui to stand completely on the side of Uchiha. But the power of Uchiha is still far behind that of the Konoha level. And there are all kinds of problems within Uchiha. However, this world is not just Uchiha Shisui, but also Shiraishi. And Shiraishi's many ninja cats. There are only 2 now, but there will definitely be more than 2 in the future. Shiraishi believes that the favorability of Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi will reach more than 90 points in the near future. At that time, Shiraishi will get 2 more combat type ninja cats. In addition, Shiraishi himself can get 2 more awards. As night fell, Uchiha Shisui left. In the next few days, there were fewer people coming and going in the ninja tool shop. Uchiha Shisui was busy persuading Uchiha Yashiro. This is not something that can be done in 1 or 2 sentences. Before persuading Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Shisui still needs to communicate with other radical Uchiha, especially those who are planning to start a civil war. It takes a lot of time. Uchiha Izumi is going to the ninja school for classes. Only Uchiha Sasuke came twice at intervals, but he didn't stay for a long time. Shiraishi just used this time to increase Uchiha Sasuke's favorability from 46 to 50. Facing 90 points of favorability, there is still 40 points short. Sir, there are not many ingredients left. Alice walked out of the kitchen. Shiraishi glanced outside and said, it just so happens that there are not many customers today, so we can go out to buy. Alice, you don't have to go this time. Just tell me what ingredients you want. Okay. Soon, Alice took out a list. Shiraishi took it. Maki, let's go. Yes, sir. A man and a cat walked out of the ninja tool shop and walked towards the commercial street of Konoha outside the Uchiha residence. The man was about 13 or 14 years old, with short black hair and black eyes. He was not wearing ninja clothes, but a long white robe with blue cloud patterns embroidered on the edges and a brown belt. It was a bit similar to the clothes of Sakata Jintoki in Gintama. You can tell at a glance that it is a store owner. The cat was an orange cat, with a golden color all over, a little thin, walking upright, with a knife on its waist, and the whole cat exuded a lazy atmosphere. But, it was always on guard. When Shiraishi and Naruto Mako walked out, many eyes turned to them. Some strange eyes fell on Shiraishi, because they noticed Shiraishi's Uchiha identity. Some children looked at Naruto Mako curiously. Most children have a natural liking for cats and dogs, these furry little creatures. Not to mention cats that can walk upright. Even if everyone knows the concept of ninja cats and ninja dogs, but seeing it with their own eyes, they still can't help but be curious. A vegetable store, a meat store, and a seasoning store. Shiraishi bought the things according to the list and loaded them on a small cart. Naruto Mako pushed the cart behind. A figure entered Shiraishi's sight. He was about the same age as Uchiha Sasuke, with short golden hair, and walked out of a store very disappointedly, holding a purse in one hand, money falling out of it, and the other hand was empty. Uzumaki Naruto. This store refused to sell things to Uzumaki Naruto. Shiraishi's eyes flickered. The situation of Uchiha in Konoha is very bad, but it is not so bad that they will be rejected, even if they buy something. Uzumaki Naruto's situation is even worse than Uchiha's now. But Shiraishi has no intention of stepping forward. Even if Uzumaki Naruto is treated badly in Konoha, as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, there must be Anbu or Root ninjas secretly monitoring Uzumaki Naruto. Once Shiraishi contacts Uzumaki Naruto, it will bring trouble to himself. Big trouble. Especially when Shiraishi is still an Uchiha. Chapter 11 An unexpected surprise, a roll of eyes in response. Shiraishi retracted his gaze and walked to the other side. It is really sad that the son of the Hokage is treated like this. Moreover, the Jinchuriki used his own body as a cage to help the village entrap the tailed beast. He sacrificed himself for the village. He should not be treated like this. However, this seems to be good for me, because in this case, as long as I show my goodwill to Uzumaki Naruto, it will be easy to get his favor. After the Uchiha's troubles are solved, I can start trying. Shiraishi is looking forward to this. After all, Uzumaki Naruto's talent and upper limit are not inferior to Uchiha Sasuke. The two can be regarded as at the same level. However, Uzumaki Naruto will be slightly stronger. Then, the response will be stronger. The strengthened ninja cat will be stronger. The reward Shiraishi will get will also be higher. The wheels of the cart rolled on the ground. As the ground rises and falls, a regular rolling sound is heard. When Shiraishi and Peiko Mako walked out of the commercial street and headed towards the Uchiha's residence, a sound that sounded a bit harsh suddenly came from the alley next to them. Shiraishi couldn't help but look over. A group of little boys were surrounding a little girl, saying ugly words. White-eyed monster. Don't come to us. We don't welcome you. How scary. Shiraishi shook his head. Uchiha and Uzumaki Naruto were resisted and hated by the villagers, and there were several reasonable reasons. Obviously, Konoha had settled down, but Uchiha Madara had to fight with Senju Hashirama, which led to the early death of Senju Hashirama, and caused Konoha's strength to be greatly weakened. In an instant, Konoha lost two beings who surpassed the level of Kage. There was also the Knight of the Ninetales, and the obvious mark of Uchiha's Sharingan on the eyes of the Ninetales, and the conflicts between the guards and the villagers. At this time, a little boy subconsciously looked back at the alley in trance, and suddenly, his expression froze, and fear appeared in his eyes. It's Uchiha. What? It's Uchiha. The remaining little boys looked over, and after seeing clearly that it was Shiraishi, they all showed a fearful expression similar to the little boy just now. Run. Shiraishi calmly retracted his gaze. The villagers were resistant and disgusted with the Uchiha, but there was also fear and terror among them. Therefore, they did not dare to do anything to the Uchiha. But for Uzumaki Naruto, it was simply resistance and disgust. There was fear, but the fear was only directed at the Ninetales in Uzumaki Naruto's body. Before Uzumaki Naruto erupted the power of the Ninetales, these villagers would not be afraid. Therefore, the treatment Uzumaki Naruto received was completely different from that of the Uchiha. In addition, the attitudes of the Uchiha and Uzumaki Naruto themselves. Most of the Uchiha people are very strong. But Uzumaki Naruto has no confidence because he doesn't know what his situation is. But the situation of the Hyuga clan is different from that of the Uchiha and Uzumaki Naruto. An honest ninja family. They use caged birds to restrain their clansmen. For the village leaders, it is a very useful tool. These children would insult and surround a member of the Hyuga clan like this. Then, the problem is not necessarily the Hyuga clan, but more problems appear in the villagers. Makiko, continue. Yes, sir. But suddenly, a hurried footsteps chased up from behind and came to the entrance of the alley. Hearing the sound, Shiraishi turned around and saw the other party. A little girl about 3 or 4 years old. White eyes, short hair, black, wearing the clothes of the Hyuga clan. Like the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan also has its own unique clothes and family emblems. The little girl looked at Shiraishi's back, and it seemed that she didn't expect Shiraishi to turn around. When she met Shiraishi's eyes, the little girl's face suddenly turned red. Shiraishi nodded to the other party. The little girl quickly shrank back into the alley. Shiraishi shrugged, retracted his gaze, and continued on the road. The sound of wheels rolling on the ground sounded again, but Shiraishi's expression became a little subtle. Because just now, Shiraishi saw a line of unexpected words above the little girl's head. 90, thank you big brother. A little girl who met for the first time actually reached 90 points of favorability just because he helped her out once. This seems a little outrageous. However, for Shiraishi, it is a good thing. That can't be better. Therefore, Shiraishi was just surprised, monitoring that Hyuga Hinata's favorability has reached 90. Do you want to collect it? Shiraishi raised his eyebrows slightly. Hyuga Hinata? Shiraishi saw that the other party was a member of the Hyuga clan, but he didn't expect it to be Hyuga Hinata. Logically speaking, it is very unreasonable for Hyuga Hinata to appear in such a place alone. After all, she is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, and Hanabi is not even born yet. However, Shiraishi remembered that in the original plot, the reason why Hyuga Hinata had a good impression on Uzumaki Naruto was because Hyuga Hinata was bullied by other children when she was alone outside. At that time, Uzumaki Naruto appeared, saved Hyuga Hinata, and drove those children away. But Uzumaki Naruto himself seemed to have forgotten this matter. Helping once directly raised the favorability to 90 points. It would be great if everyone had the same personality as Hinata Hyuga. In that case, it would be much easier for me to collect favorability. After learning the other party's identity, Shiraishi immediately had more expectations. In the original plot, Hinata Hyuga's talent was not very strong. Until the end of the Fourth Ninja World War, she did not seem to have gained much strength. However, Shiraishi remembered that Hinata Hyuga was favored by Tonari Otsutsuki. So Hinata Hyuga's talent and upper limit must not be as simple as it appears. The reason why Hinata Hyuga performed poorly is more likely that Hinata Hyuga did not bring out her talent. In any case, it is definitely better than ordinary members of Hyuga. Collect. Collected successfully. Do you want to make a request? Shiraishi did not make a request immediately, but waited until he returned to the ninja tool shop and put down all the things. Shiraishi came to the lounge and sat on the recliner. Make a request. You sent a request to the heavens and the universe. In the vast universe, countless eyes looked over, and a being named Violet responded to your request. You received a B-level response. The next moment, a ball of white light appeared in Beishi's hand. Violet. Chapter 12. Surgery Fruit, Eternal Life. Shiraishi recalled the information about this character. From the world of One Piece, she is a princess of the kingdom of Dressrosa. However, after the kingdom was raised, she had to surrender to Doflamingo for her father's life. She has a devil fruit, the staring fruit. The ability of the staring fruit is somewhat similar to the Byakugan. Both can see through. Both can see far. But the difference is that the staring fruit can also see a person's true thoughts. The Byakugan has a 360-degree vision without blind spots and can see through illusions. In addition, Violet and Hyuga Hinata also have a certain degree of similarity. Both of them are from big families. One is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. The other is the princess of the kingdom of Dressrosa. However, the situation of both of them does not seem to be so good. Shiraishi thinks that this may be the reason why Violet will respond to Hyuga Hinata's favorability. B-level response. The previous Hirakomako was an A-level response, and the ninja cat Hirakomako's direct strength is an elite jonin. Alice is a C-level response, and the ninja cat Hirakomako is only a genin. Violet is a B-level response, so the strength of the ninja cat Violet should be between the elite jonin and genin. However, Shiraishi is more concerned about the ability of the ninja cat Violet. The ninja cat Violet will inherit some of Violet's abilities. Meow. Shiraishi took out a bottle of snacks and shook it. This is a pet snack specially made by Alice for ordinary ninja cats. It doesn't take too much thought and effort, but the deliciousness is not comparable to the cat food bought in the store. The ninja cats in the ninja tool store love to eat it. Hearing the sound, the ninja cats swarmed over. Meow. Some called loudly. Some circled. Some were rubbing their round heads against Shiraishi. Shiraishi opened the bottle of pet snacks and scattered them on the wooden table. Then he threw the white light ball in his hand in the direction of the ninja cats. Just like before, most of the ninja cats could not see the existence of the white light ball. Only one brown-black ninja cat could see the white light ball. It stretched out its claws and patted it gently. The next moment, the white light ball entered the body of the brown-black cat. A burst of white light suddenly burst out on the brown-black cat's body, covering the orange cat completely, forming a cocoon. Not long after, a crack appeared on the cocoon. A figure walked out of it. The human figure walked upright, wearing a white and red skirt. The whole cat looked very elegant, a kind of elegance that only belongs to women, even though it is just a cat. Violet, see you, sir. Violet covered her chest with one hand and bent down to Shiraishi. Shiraishi nodded slightly. Some words appeared next to Violet. Name, Violet, cat, gender, female, strength, special jonin, can be upgraded, weapon, none, ability, staring fruit. After seeing the word gaze fruit, Shiraishi showed an even more satisfied smile. Even though he actually got 90 points of favorability from Hinata Hyuga during this outing, it was a complete surprise, something Shiraishi had never thought of before, a surprise. But even if it was a surprise, Shiraishi hoped that the strengthened ninja cat could get as many abilities as possible. And Shiraishi was satisfied that the ninja cat Violet could completely inherit the abilities of the gaze fruit. Violet, which abilities of the gaze fruit can you use now? My lord, perspective, telescopic vision, and mind reading are all fine. Tell me about the specific situation. Yes, my lord. Violet gave a detailed introduction. Not bad. Shiraishi was very satisfied with Violet's ability. It was similar to the Byakugan, but the direction was slightly different. Violet could see farther than the Byakugan, and more importantly, the ability to read minds. You can see the other party's true thoughts. This is simply too rare in the world of Naruto. Very few ninjas have such strength. The secret technique of the Yamanaka clan can read the thoughts in a person's mind, but as a price, the person must be under absolute control. Moreover, after reading, the person will lose consciousness, become cerebral palsy, or even die. In comparison, Violet's ability is much more convenient to use. In addition, the human way of the 6 paths of pain can also extract memories. But that's pain. But even for pain, reading memories is not as convenient as Violet. For ninjas, intelligence is an extremely important aspect. Having Violet's ability will be of great help to all my future plans. A voice sounded in Shiraishi's mind. You successfully trained a ninja cat and received a reward. Do you want to receive it? Receive it. You received the devil fruit, the surgery fruit. Shiraishi's eyes suddenly lit up. If it is a surprise that she got 90 points of favorability from Hinata Hyuga because she met Hinata Hyuga by chance and helped Hinata out of trouble once, then Violet completely inherited the ability of the stare fruit, which is a bigger surprise. But compared to the operation fruit, these are nothing. Because the operation fruit has the ability to grant a person eternal life. As long as Shiraishi finds a suitable target to take the fruit and gives this target enough time to grow and develop the ability of the operation fruit, then he can perform the immortality operation on Shiraishi. In that case, Shiraishi can obtain eternal life. This is much stronger than any other ability. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, such powerful figures, cannot obtain the ability of eternal life. Even the 6 paths sage is not in the true state of immortality. Shiraishi's heart warmed up. However, to perform the eternal life operation, you must find a target that you can absolutely trust, or a target that is absolutely under my control. Otherwise it will be like giving the other party an operation fruit for nothing. You need to choose carefully. Shiraishi put away the operation fruit and put it away. My lord, someone is coming. Violet's voice sounded. Not long after, a figure came to the ninja tool shop. Shiraishi. Uchiha Shisui's condition seemed to be better than a few days ago. Shiraishi's heart moved slightly, guessing that there should be considerable progress in the security department. Shisui, how is the situation? I have already convinced the 8th day senior. Uchiha Shisui smiled. The 8th day senior has agreed. In addition, the new department will be established, and I will be in charge. Chapter 13 Danzo, Uchiha is worthy of death. Our plan has finally taken the first step. Uchiha Shisui sighed with some emotion. The reform of the guard department will ease the conflicts between our Uchiha and the villagers. In addition, I can also accumulate reputation in this process, which will be of great help to me in obtaining the position of clan leader in the future. The situation of Uchiha will get better and better. Shiraishi, thanks to you. Uchiha Shisui's gratitude to Shiraishi comes from the heart. A long time ago, Uchiha Shizu noticed that the relationship between Uchiha and the village was changing in an increasingly bad direction, which made Uchiha Shizu think of a very bad result. Once the civil war breaks out, the casualties of Uchiha will definitely be extremely heavy, and the village will also suffer a certain blow. Then other ninja villages may see the opportunity and start a war against Konoha. The Fourth Shinobi World War broke out. Uchiha Shizu thought of many ways, but they were all overturned by himself one by one. It was not until he communicated with Shiraishi that Uchiha Shizu saw the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha more clearly and sorted out the idea of changing this situation. Now Uchiha Shizu finally saw a little hope. After eating supper, Uchiha Shizu left. Shiraishi returned to the room. Shiraishi was also looking forward to the changes in the guard department. If the relationship between the Uchiha villages was eased, what kind of changes would the Uchiha family have? And what kind of changes would the attitude of the village leaders towards the Uchiha have? If such a change not only does not ease the village leaders' targeting of the Uchiha, but also intensifies it, then who is the problem can be seen at a glance. Soon, the news of the reform of the guard department came out. Originally, the guard department had a total of nearly 60 members. Now this reform directly removed more than 40 members, leaving only 13 members. Among them, there are also Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Shizu, and Uchiha Fugaku, who has a false name, but is not responsible for the work of the guard department. A new department was established. It is called the patrol department. The patrol department is recruiting members. Ninjas and ordinary people can come for an interview. As long as they pass the interview, they can become members of the patrol department, do the work of the patrol department, and enjoy the treatment of the patrol department. When this news was announced, the eyes of the whole Konoha were focused. Most of the ninja families were watching. Hinata Hayashi looked in the direction of the Uchiha station, and his eyes flickered. What does this Uchiha want to do? Aburame Shiwei pushed his glasses. Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi came to Narashikaku's study as soon as possible. Ino, Shika and Chao are a trinity. The three are all attached to the Sarutobi clan, with the Sarutobi clan as a center. However, the relationship between the three clans is still closer. Among the three clans, the Nara clan is the head. Because the heirs of the Nara clan are smart enough, and smart people know when to make decisions, which is why Ino, Shika and Chao can survive until now. Strength alone is not enough. From the era of the ninja clan to the current era of the ninja village, countless powerful ninja families have disappeared in the long river of time. Even the powerful ally of the Uchiha clan, the Hagoromo clan, is like this. There is also the Uzumaki clan, that stands at the top of the ceiling technique. Shikaku, what do you think? Narashikaku was silent for a while, and said, at present, the Uchiha is retreating. At present? Yamanaka Ina frowned slightly. Narashikaku nodded and said, that's right. As for what the Uchiha's real purpose is, there is no way to see it for the time being. We need to wait and see the Uchiha's subsequent actions to know. Even you, Shikaku, can't see it? Narashikaku shook his head, pointed to his head, and said, I'm just better here, not able to see the future. The current basic information is too little. However, no matter what, the Uchiha only have two directions. One is to completely accept their fate and choose the same path as the Hyuga clan. The other is to accumulate strength in secret. Yamanaka Inoichi pondered for a moment and said, I think the latter is more likely. Those Uchiha people have very bad personalities and will never choose the former. Even the second generation Hokage pointed it out in public. Akimichi Choza glanced at Yamanaka Inoichi. That's not true. There are still many good people in the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha Kagami back then, and the current Uchiha Shizu. If all the Uchiha were really problematic, they would have followed Uchiha Madara and left. The third K is very optimistic about Uchiha Shizu. Before leaving Konoha, Uchiha Madara asked the Uchiha clan members whether they wanted to go with him, but was rejected. In addition, regarding the first generation of Konoha Hokage, in fact, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama agreed that Uchiha Madara would be the first Hokage of Konoha. But because the situation in the village did not develop as expected by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, it became a voting election. In this election, most of the Uchiha people voted for Senju Hashirama. Akimichi Choza did not have such a big prejudice against Uchiha because of Uchiha Kagami. Because Akimichi Tofu and Uchiha Kagami were brothers in the past, the two had a good relationship. At this time, two figures were having a heated discussion in the Hokage building. One of them was Sarutobi Hiruzen. The other was Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, the Uchiha's actions are despicable. They must be preparing to accumulate strength in secret and start a civil war. We must take action to nip it in the bud. Shimura Danzo's expression was grim. Otherwise, when the Uchiha accumulates enough strength, it will not be so easy to attack the Uchiha at that time. That will be a disaster for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Danzo, I don't think the situation is that bad. I already knew something about the guard department before. It was led by Uchiha Shisu. I believe in Shisu. He did this just to ease the bad relationship between the Uchiha and the village. What you said is just speculation. No basis. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. What basis do we need for the Uchiha? Don't you and I know who they are? Chapter 49 The Hokage. What did Uchiha Madara do? On the night of the Ninetales, the Sharingan symbol was so obvious above the Ninetales' eyes. And the security department, what kind of attitude do those Uchiha people usually have? Have they ever shown any respect to us superiors? How many people have complained about them? Will such people with bad personalities, proud and stubborn people, greedy people, and people who are keen on power, take the initiative to give in? Then they are not Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Shimura Danzo. Danzo, enough. The Uchiha do have many problems, but not all of them are so bad. You have to remember that, if Kagami hadn't sacrificed himself, you and I might not have been able to return to Konoha alive. If Uchiha Kagami hadn't been mentioned, Shimura Danzo wouldn't have been so angry. When Uchiha Kagami was mentioned, Shimura Danzo suddenly became even angrier. Because Shimura Danzo felt that he was being played. The memories of the past were attacking Shimura Danzo. When they negotiated with the Hidden Cloud Village, they didn't expect Kinkaku and Jinkaku from the Hidden Cloud Village to suddenly rise up, first killing their own Raikage, seizing control of the village, and then hunting down the envoys of Konoha. That is, the Konoha team led by Senju Tobirama himself. Kinkaku and Jinkaku are extremely powerful, possessing the Six Paths ninja tools, and have the advantage in numbers. Therefore, the Konoha team is no match at all. Even escaping is difficult. In this case, someone must be the last one to leave. Faced with this situation, Senju Tobirama asked a fatal question, asking who is willing to leave. Shimura Danzo hesitated at the first time. But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not, and was the first to raise his hand and take the initiative to apply for the last one. Therefore, Senju Tobirama directly passed the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But when Senju Tobirama died, and the pursuers from the Hidden Cloud Village approached again, this time, it was not Sarutobi Hiruzen who took the initiative to leave, but Uchiha Kagami. In other words, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who said he would take the initiative to leave the first time, actually backed down the second time. This made Shimura Danzo feel strongly dissatisfied. Shimura Danzo had to suspect maliciously that Sarutobi Hiruzen had noticed the intention of Senju Tobirama, so he was the first to apply to take the initiative to cover the rear when faced with the inquiry. Sacrificing his own life to cover the rear was not Sarutobi Hiruzen's real idea, but to obtain the position of Hokage. A strong unwillingness broke out in Shimura Danzo's heart. For many years, Shimura Danzo has been brooding over this matter. Shimura Danzo felt that the position of Hokage should have been his. He was more qualified to obtain the position of Hokage than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, Shimura Danzo did not have any good feelings for Uchiha Kagami, who took the initiative to cover the rear and save his life, and even felt disgust and resentment. In Shimura Danzo's view, if Uchiha Kagami had not taken the initiative to ask for a rear guard in the second situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have taken the initiative to cover the rear with his identity at that time. In that case, once Sarutobi Hiruzen died, the position of Hokage would still be his. However, Danzo Shimura could not say such words directly. Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami, for so many years, there is only one person, Uchiha Shisu, who is not trustworthy. I believe in Uchiha Shisu. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Before you came, Uchiha Shisu had already reported to me, and it is too unreasonable to attack Uchiha just because of the action of the security department. What will other ninja families think? Danzo Shimura wanted to insist. But he was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Okay, I have decided, Danzo, I'm the Hokage. This sentence made Danzo Shimura even more angry. His chest kept heaving, and it took a long time to calm down. You will regret it. Danzo Shimura left. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the back of Danzo Shimura leaving. His eyes flickered. Facing the actions of the security department, the two had different attitudes. It was not that one of them was stupid and the other was smart, nor was it that Sarutobi Hiruzen could not perceive the possibility of the bad. It was just that the two were in different positions and standpoints. Under the current situation, if the village leaders directly attack Uchiha, the biggest loser must be Uchiha. But the next one is Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is no way to explain this to other ninja families. Attacking without reason will make other ninja families feel insecure. But for Shimura Danzo, it is 100 benefits without any harm. Uchiha is not liked by Shimura Danzo. If Sarutobi Hiruzen loses power, Shimura Danzo will have the opportunity to take the position. Therefore, Shimura Danzo said such words and made such opinions. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen can turn this matter into a personal grudge between Shimura Danzo and Uchiha. But Shimura Danzo can't be so stupid. Just like in the original plot, from beginning to end, Sarutobi Hiruzen never said that he would deal with Uchiha or exterminate Uchiha, but only said that he would stop the civil war. What Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks in his heart does not mean that he has to do it or say it. Instead, he has to make a decision after considering his own position, status, and interests. Or, by hinting, he pushed others to do it. This is how a qualified superior should behave. Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Shimura Danzo that he believed in Uchiha Shisu and thought that the situation of Uchiha would not be as bad as described by Shimura Danzo. However, this was only said to Shimura Danzo. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen knew what he really thought in his heart. Let Uchiha Shisu come over. An Anbu ninja appeared. Yes, Hokage. Soon, Uchiha Shisu arrived at the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a warm smile. Shisu, sit down. Hokage. Uchiha Shisu sat down opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did you encounter any difficulties in the reform of the guard department? Hokage, we did encounter some. What difficulties? Tell me and maybe I can help you solve them. Uchiha Shisu said, some Uchiha members have lost their stable income and are a little dissatisfied. They may need other income channels. In addition, I found that some of the village's regulations on the management of villages are not very clear. I hope the village can revise these regulations. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The reduction in income is indeed a problem. I can give priority to allocating some high quality tasks to Uchiha ninjas. As for the regulations, I will arrange a meeting of the top leaders. Shisu, do you have any other questions besides this? It's not easy to get the Uchiha top leaders to agree, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Hokage-sama, I need support. This is a question that Sarutobi Hiruzen really wants to ask. However, the real purpose is not Uchiha Shisu's answer. It is the attitude of Uchiha Shisu revealed in his answer. This is what Sarutobi Hiruzen really cares about. Sarutobi Hiruzen sees the relationship between Uchiha and the village more clearly than Danzo. Uchiha Shisu nodded. At the beginning, they completely disagreed, saying that the guard department was the last face of the Uchiha in the village. If they lost even this, what would the Uchiha be? I explained to them for a long time before they understood that what I wanted to do was just reform, not to completely separate the Uchiha from the guard department. But what really convinced them was my talent and strength. They realized that I'm the future of the Uchiha. Hokage, I have decided that I want to gain higher power and status in the Uchiha. Only in this way can I control the Uchiha. Most of the Uchiha people are kind, but there are indeed a small number of people with bad personalities and radical attitudes. These people must be strictly restrained. This is better for the Uchiha in the village. Hokage, I hope to get your support. These words were discussed by Uchiha Shisu and Shiraishi. Reforming the guard department will inevitably make the village leaders suspicious, and the Uchiha Yashiro really went to conduct special training for the clan members and actively prepare for the civil war. After all, the village leaders are not stupid, and they are hostile and discriminatory towards Uchiha. Therefore, Uchiha Shisu needs to find a way to dispel the suspicion of the village leaders. At least it can be weakened. What support? Hokage, I want to become the future head of the Uchiha clan, but it is difficult for me. Senior Fugaku and his faction have firmly controlled the power of Uchiha. Uchiha Shisu said, but they did a terrible job. Whether it is within the Uchiha or the guard department. So I want to get the position of head. But I can get very little support from the Uchiha. I thought about it for a long time, and found that the only support I can get is from you, Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Shisu deeply. After a long time, he spoke. It's not appropriate for outsiders to get involved in the internal affairs of the Uchiha. However, if you need any help from Shisu, you can tell me. I will help in any way I can. After all, I owed Kagami a favor, and you are Kagami's descendant. I hope that Shisu can do what Kagami didn't do, and lead the Uchiha back to its rightful place. Uchiha Shisu nodded heavily. Don't worry, Lord Hokage, I will definitely work hard. Okay, if there's nothing else, Shisu, go back first. The security department must be very busy now. Yes, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Shisu left. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the direction where Uchiha Shisu left. Shisu, I hope you don't let me down. At night, Uchiha Shisu came to the ninja tool shop. Shisu, how is it going? It's going pretty well. Uchiha Shisu said, the reform of the guard department is going a little smoother than I expected. Many civilians and ninjas do have doubts about our Uchiha identity. But there are also many people who are interested and come for interviews. There is no shortage of people. The relationship between the Uchiha and the village is indeed not very good. But for ordinary ninjas and civilians, such a job is still very attractive. Not all ordinary ninjas can get a good job. Not all civilians can have the generous income of the guard department. Even if Uchiha Shisu divided the treatment of the dozens of members who left the guard department into hundreds of shares, or even more, the treatment of the members of the training department is not even half of that of the previous Uchiha members. But for ordinary ninjas and civilians, it is still a very good income. And not everyone thinks that the Uchiha and the village will inevitably break out in a civil war. Not everyone thinks that, as long as they join the guard department, they will join the Uchiha camp. The team will be formed soon. In addition, the Hokage has agreed to hold a meeting with the elders and other village leaders to revise, clarify, and confirm the village's management regulations. Also, the Hokage told me that I can assign more high quality tasks to the Uchiha, so that those Uchiha who left the guard department can earn more income. This can be regarded as compensation for the Uchiha's reform of the guard department. But it is also a test for the Uchiha. If the Uchiha accepts more tasks in the future, it proves that the Uchiha is not doing anything secretly. But if the number of Uchiha's task ninjas increases, and the quality of the tasks assigned to the Uchiha by the village improves, but the Uchiha does not accept more tasks, that proves that the Uchiha must have other secrets. But in this case, the special training plan of the 8th generation senior will probably be delayed for a while. Uchiha Shisu said. Shiraishi said, there shouldn't be any problem with the 8th generation senior. He can figure out that this is a test from the village's top management. Besides, it's not a bad thing for Uchiha to carry out some high quality tasks. Those Uchiha who just lost a high quality job also need more income channels. The key is, what is your attitude towards Shisu on the Hokage's side? Shiraishi looked at Uchiha Shisu. I told the Hokage-sama that I want to be the clan leader as we discussed before, and I hope to get the support of the Hokage-sama, and the Hokage-sama agreed. He will not interfere in the affairs of the Uchiha clan, but he will help with anything he can outside the Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Shiraishi finally smiled. Because, until this point, the two people's plan has successfully completed the first step. Everything before was just a prelude. At this step, it proves that the next plan can continue to be implemented. Moreover, the Uchiha will have enough time. Shisu, it seems that our first step has been successful. Next, we have to implement our plan thoroughly. Uchiha Shisu nodded. I hope we can continue to be so successful next time. Chapter 16 Kwan, what is your dream? By the way, Shiraishi, this is for you. Uchiha Shisu took out a notebook. What is this? About the training method of yin attribute chakra. Uchiha Shisu said, I think, given your situation, Shiraishi, it is impossible for you to have a poor talent in ninja. The key attribute of our Uchiha is yin attribute chakra, and yin attribute is related to the spirit. Shiraishi, your brain is not bad at all. Just like these plans. First use the general trend to guide some members of the radical faction, and then use this to persuade the 8th generation to take a more radical approach. In this case, the 8th generation actually has no choice, and the reform of the guard department is also a win-win situation. This is not only a bargaining chip to persuade the 8th generation. At the same time, it eases the relationship between the Uchiha and the villagers. And it can also allow me to gain the support of the Hokage. Gain the trust of the Hokage. Uchiha Shisu felt that the plan formulated by Shiraishi was really great. It was not a tactic that was not worthy of being put on the table. Instead, it was completely driven by the trend. Uchiha Shisu felt that it was impossible for him to think of such a plan. So Shiraishi's talent in yin attribute chakra must be very high. Here are some of my experiences and skills about yin attribute chakra. Shiraishi, you can refer to them appropriately. Maybe they can provide you with some help. Shiraishi took it. Shisu, thank you. Regarding his talent problem, Shiraishi is no longer worried. As long as he cultivates ninja cats, he can become stronger. Now Shiraishi has opened the Sharingan and his strength has reached the level of Chunin. However, this note of Uchiha Shisu is still of great value to Shiraishi. You're welcome. Uchiha Shisu left, and Shiraishi did not return to the bedroom immediately, but continued to sit in the lounge. Shiraishi looked out the window, and analyzed the current situation of Uchiha. At present, Shiraishi has two things to do. One is to gain the favorability of others, cultivate ninja cats, and improve his own strength. The other is to crack the Uchiha's night of extermination. The first thing is done by Shiraishi himself. The second thing is mainly carried out by Uchiha Shisu. Because the only person that Shiraishi can trust and has the ability to do so is Uchiha Shisu. As it turns out, Uchiha Shisu did not disappoint Shiraishi and did a very good job. This good does not mean that Uchiha Shisu is doing well as planned, but that Uchiha Shisu can listen to Shiraishi's views and opinions and can be persuaded. This is very important. When Shiraishi thought of this, he couldn't help but think of Uchiha Itachi. In the previous contacts with Uchiha Itachi, Shiraishi found that Uchiha Itachi could not listen to his ideas and opinions at all. Not only did he not listen, but he also reduced his favorability. Push the radical faction to a more radical level, so that the Uchiha 8th generation will have to accept the suggestion of reforming the guard department. First, it can ease the conflicts between the Uchiha and the villagers. Second, it can enhance the reputation of Uchiha Shisu and pave the way for Uchiha Shisu to seize the position of clan leader in the future. It can also take this opportunity to show Sarutobi Hiruzen that Uchiha Shisu wants to be the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. If there is no action to reform the guard department, Sarutobi Hiruzen will think that Uchiha Shisu is just talking casually, but with the guard department reform in the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen will seriously consider it. In this case, Sarutobi Hiruzen may believe it or not. But whether he believes it or not, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not do anything against the Uchiha for the time being. Instead, he will give Uchiha Shisu time. When Sarutobi Hiruzen finds that Uchiha Shisu is serious in subsequent observations, then there is a great possibility that he will really support Uchiha Shisu and help him. Because this is more in line with Sarutobi Hiruzen's interests. A unified and radical Uchiha makes Sarutobi Hiruzen wary. But a divided Uchiha will make Sarutobi Hiruzen less wary. Instead, he will treat Uchiha as a tool that can be used. Just like Hyuga. This is the plan that Shiraishi and Uchiha Shisu have been executing so far, making all other people think in a worse direction, in order to gain a chance for Uchiha to survive. However, Shiraishi's own plan should have more content. For example, Uchiha Shisu thought that the civil war was just deceiving Uchiha Yashiro, but in Shiraishi's view, the civil war can break out or not. For another example, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Uchiha Shisu's ability was limited to splitting Uchiha. But in Shiraishi's view, when Uchiha Shizu awakens the Mangekyou Sharingan, the split relationship within Uchiha can end instantly and become one again. Then there is Shiraishi himself. When he gains the favorability of enough people, strengthens enough ninja cats, and improves his strength to be strong enough, then at that time, whether it was the situation of Uchiha or Konoha, Shiraishi's sight was not even limited to Konoha. He would look at the entire ninja world. But everything still has to solve the problem of Uchiha first. The next day, Shiraishi senpai. Very early, a figure stood at the door of the ninja tool shop, holding something in his hand. Izumi, good morning. Shiraishi opened the door and smiled after seeing that it was Uchiha Izumi. Good morning, Shiraishi senpai. Uchiha Izumi walked in and handed the things in his hand to Shiraishi. Shiraishi senpai, thank you for applying medicine to me last time. This is a small gift. I hope you don't mind it. You're welcome. We are all people of the same clan. It's only right to help. Shiraishi took it. By the way, have you had breakfast? Do you want to have some together? Alice made flour porridge. I've already eaten. You can try some after eating. Uchiha Izumi was a little hesitant, but when he smelled the flour porridge, he couldn't help himself. Okay, Senior Shiraishi, I'll try a little. He said just a little, but he actually ate a whole bowl. This made Uchiha Izumi feel a little embarrassed, his face flushed, and he showed an awkward expression. Senior Shiraishi, I'm sorry, it's really delicious. It's okay, Alice made a little too much, and the part you ate is just right, otherwise there would be some left. Shiraishi looked at the number above Uchiha Izumi's head and asked, by the way, Izumi, do you have any dreams? Chapter 17 I want to be a great ninja's woman. 55. A very gentle senior. This is Uchiha Izumi's current favorability and his evaluation of Shiraishi. To improve favorability, in addition to a gentle attitude and Alice's food, Shiraishi now has another way, that is Violet's ability. Violet can read minds. When Shiraishi mentions the corresponding topic, the other party will think about this aspect in his heart. Violet can find out. Then Violet will relay what she saw to Shiraishi. Shiraishi can start from this aspect. As the saying goes, give someone what they like. Shiraishi has tested it on Uchiha Shizu before. Uchiha Shizu's final idea is still to preserve the Uchiha, but not to cause harm to the village, but to make the Uchiha perfectly integrated into the village. Dream? Uchiha Izumi thought for a while. I want to be a very powerful female ninja. There are too few powerful female ninjas in the village. There is only Tsunade senpai. So I want to be a very powerful female ninja and prove to everyone that female ninjas can be very powerful. Shiraishi glanced in the direction of Violet. Violet nodded slightly. That proves that what Uchiha Izumi said at this moment is really what Uchiha Izumi thinks. Shiraishi didn't expect that Uchiha Izumi still has such a dream. But if you think about it carefully, it's normal. In this world, male ninjas do perform better than female ninjas. Take Konoha as an example. The first, second, third, and fourth generations are all male. Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina are both very strong, but they rarely attack. The identities of the two are special. It seems that there are really not many people who can really make everyone remember and call out their names. There is only one Uchiha-ji within the Uchiha. But compared with Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, it is still a lot worse. Uchiha Izumi has a good talent, so it is normal for him to have such an idea. It's a good dream. Uchiha Izumi's eyes lit up slightly. Senior Shiraishi, do you also agree with my dream? Of course, it's not wrong. But many people don't agree, including classmates, teachers, and even mothers. They all say that female ninjas can't be strong. As a woman, it's more important to handle family affairs. Shiraishi shook his head. Then it's too unfair for women. After a pause, Shiraishi said, Izumi, if you trust me, how about I'll let Mako help you train? Mako? My ninja cat is quite strong. Shiraishi looked in the direction of the door. Mako, come in. Mako Hirako walked in. Sir. Shiraishi said, this is Mako, full name Mako Hirako. Why don't we go to the backyard now and try it? Really? Wouldn't it be too troublesome? Uchiha Izumi looked at Mako Hirako with some expectation in his eyes, but also some hesitation. No. Shiraishi shook his head and said, Mako is not a ninja in the village, and he doesn't have much to do usually. Besides, you and I are both members of the Uchiha clan. If I can help you, you can also give back to the clan, right? Let's go. Shiraishi stood up. Uchiha Izumi followed suit. Okay, let's try it. Mako-senpai, thank you for your trouble. The cat and the two of them came to the backyard. The backyard of the ninja tool shop is quite spacious, and it is completely no problem to train ninja tools and physical skills, but there are some limitations for ninjutsu, but there are solutions. Climb over the wall, and you will see the woods. My lord, how do we start? Mako Hirako looked at Shiraishi. According to your own ideas. Mako Hirako nodded. Then he looked at Uchiha Izumi on the opposite side. Then, let's have a fight first. Use all the means you know to attack me with the intention of killing me. I want to see your current strength. Uchiha Izumi was stunned. With the intention of killing? Uchiha Izumi subconsciously looked at Shiraishi. Izumi, just do as Mako said. Mako is very powerful. You can't pose any threat to him now. Just go all out, and don't hold back. Uchiha Izumi nodded. But there were still doubts in his heart. Uchiha Izumi had asked about Shiraishi's situation, and knew that Shiraishi was only a genin now. The contracted ninja cat of a genin was probably only a genin. Could he really go all out? Was the gap between genin and students of the ninja school really that big? He was already a 4th year student. Uchiha Izumi felt that he could pass the graduation exam of the ninja school now. In other words, he actually had the strength of a genin now. Senior Mako, be careful. Come on. Mako Hirako looked at Uchiha Izumi calmly. Even if Uchiha Izumi's strength really reached the level of genin, it would not pose any threat to Hirako Mako. After all, Hirako Mako is an elite jonin. There is a huge gap between a man and a cat. Swish. Uchiha Izumi flicked his wrist, and 3 shurikens flew out and went towards Hirako Mako. At the same time, Uchiha Izumi rushed towards Hirako Mako, holding a kunai in his hand. 2 attacks, launched at the same time, made it difficult for Hirako Mako to deal with. But Hirako Mako's speed was much faster than Uchiha Izumi expected. With just a light jump, he dodged the attack of 3 shurikens. When Uchiha Izumi rushed over, Hirako Mako moved lightly in the air and fell to the other side. Uchiha Izumi's pupils shrank. So fast. But he reacted quickly. With his right foot as the center of the circle, he turned his body and stabbed Hirako Mako with the kunai in his hand. Ding. A metallic collision sounded. Uchiha Izumi's kunai was blocked. In this situation, Uchiha Izumi took out another kunai. He attacked Hirako Mako with both hands at the same time. But Hirako Mako still responded very calmly. He just dodged, blocked, and even used only one hand, but he blocked all of Uchiha Izumi's attacks. Even his breathing did not change. This made Uchiha Izumi realize that Hirako Mako's strength might be far beyond his imagination. His current attack strategy is useless. Then I can only try that. Uchiha Izumi made a decision. Clone technique. A figure exactly like Uchiha Izumi appeared. Then, Uchiha Izumi's real body took a step back. Swish. 3 shurikens flew towards Hirako Mako, and Uchiha Izumi's figure came to the side of Hirako Mako. Seal. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shiraishi raised his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 18. Senior Shiraishi is a good person. You are only in the 4th grade, and you can use such a good fire style great fireball technique. Izumi's talent is really good. But unfortunately, Uchiha Izumi is now facing Hirako Mako. Swish. A flash of knife light passed by. In an instant, the huge fireball was chopped into 2 halves, splashing to the side, falling to the ground and extinguished. Hirako Mako slowly put away the knife. I lost. Uchiha Izumi stopped and did not continue to attack. This is the limit of what Uchiha Izumi can do. Izumi, you have done very well. Shiraishi said, even many genin can't do to your level. Mako's strength is stronger than Uchiha Itachi, the genius of your class. Uchiha Izumi was stunned for a moment. Stronger than Uchiha Itachi. This is for sure. Uchiha Itachi is only 9 years old now, and has not yet been promoted to Chunin. Maybe his real strength has already reached Chunin. But as long as Uchiha Itachi has not opened the main Jiki Sharingan, he will not be a match for Hirako Mako. Hearing Shiraishi's words, Uchiha Izumi was relieved. Uchiha Izumi knew about Uchiha Itachi's talent. He graduated early in just the first year. He must be much stronger than himself. But at the same time, Uchiha Izumi had another question in his mind. That is, how strong is Shiraishi's real strength? How can he have such a strong ninja cat like Peiko Mako? He must be more than just a genin. Mako, is it okay? Shiraishi looked at Peiko Mako. Peiko Mako nodded. Okay, sir. Shiraishi turned back to Uchiha Izumi. Izumi, from today on, I will arrange for Mako to train you. You can come over whenever you have time in the future. Okay, thank you Shiraishi senpai. Thank you Mako senpai. Peiko Mako began to make arrangements. As an elite jonin, it is natural for him to be trained at the genin level. Moreover, Peiko Mako's fighting style is in line with Uchiha Izumi. As an Uchiha Izumi is good at fire escape and illusion. However, compared to other Uchiha Izumi is better at physical skills. No, to be more precise, he is good at swordsmanship. This is something that Peiko Mako is also good at. Uchiha Izumi's training began. Shiraishi stood at the entrance of the backyard. 58. It's already 58, and I've found a reason for Uchiha Izumi to come to the ninja tool shop more often. The more you come in contact, the faster your favorability will increase. Because of Violet's existence, I won't make any mistakes. If this continues, it won't be long before Uchiha Izumi's favorability will increase to 90. After watching for a while, Shiraishi left the backyard and returned to the shop. The morning passed quickly, and 3 or 4 customers came. It was much more than usual. Shiraishi knew that this should be the effect of the reform of the guard department. Dozens of Uchiha members had to return to the identity of Mission Ninja because they lost their jobs in the guard department. With the efforts of Uchiha Shisui, they got some good missions. This is good, meaning that the mission is low in difficulty and danger, but the reward is high. Therefore, these Uchiha members are also willing to carry out such missions. Before carrying out the mission, it is necessary to replenish the ninja tools. And the ninja tool shop of Granny Cat is the best choice. Compared with the ninja tool shops outside, not only is the price cheaper, but there will be no quality problems, and it is trustworthy. The members of Uchiha all trust Granny Cat's ninja tool shop. However, some first-time guests will inevitably be confused when they see that it is Shiraishi instead of Granny Cat. Shiraishi then explained again that Granny Cat was away on a long trip. My lord, lunch is ready. Alice came to Shiraishi. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Shiraishi came to the backyard first. Machiko, Izumi, stop, it's time for lunch. Wash your hands and come to the restaurant. Uchiha Izumi looked up and his face changed. Oh no, I told my mother before I came out that I would go back soon and have lunch at home. It's definitely too late now. My mother will definitely scold me later. Since it's too late, don't rush back. Shiraishi said, Auntie knows you came to the ninja tool shop and won't worry. When you go back later, bring some snacks made by Alice back to Auntie. Uchiha Izumi was still hesitating. Izumi, do you still think I'm a bad person now? Shiraishi pretended to be angry. No, Shiraishi senpai, I definitely don't mean that. You are a very good person, and you are the best in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izumi quickly denied it. Then come to the restaurant. After eating, you can continue training. If you go back, you will waste a lot of training time. What do you think of Mako's training of you? Very good. Uchiha Izumi followed Shiraishi. Mako senpai is not only very strong, but also clearly pointed out my problems. The training plan he made for me is completely in line with my situation. It's only been half a day, and I feel that I have gained a lot. Shiraishi looked at Uchiha Izumi. At this time, the number above Uchiha Izumi's head has changed from 58 to 60. Keep going, Izumi. I believe you will definitely become a very powerful ninja. Yeah, thank you Shiraishi senpai. After lunch, training continued in the afternoon. Until the evening. This time, Uchiha Izumi didn't plan to have dinner at the ninja tool shop. Fearing that his mother would worry, he took some snacks made by Alice and ran away. Shiraishi senpai, Mako senpai, goodbye. Shiraishi stood at the door and waved. 62. A very gentle big brother. Uchiha Izumi returned home with snacks. A gentle woman looked at the door, and when she saw Uchiha Izumi, she forced her face to turn cold. Uchiha Izumi shrank his neck. I'm sorry, mother. Are you willing to come back? Of course I have to come back. This is my home. My beloved mother is here. Uchiha Izumi hugged the woman's waist with both hands and nudged her with his little head. Just like the ninja cats in the ninja tool shop. By the way, mother, here are the snacks I brought for you. They are made by the chef in the ninja tool shop. They are delicious. Uchiha Izumi opened the snack bag and took out the snacks. It's really delicious. The best snacks I've ever eaten. The woman did not continue to ignore Uchiha Izumi, but sighed and said with a resentful tone. My daughter has grown up and is disobedient. I can't control you in the future. Chapter 19. A familiar name, Mizuki. Uchiha Izumi said quickly. No, I listen to you most, mother. I know you worry about me, my safety, and I worry that I will cause trouble to others. I know. Shiraishi senpai is a very good person, otherwise the cat lady would not have handed over the ninja tool shop to Shiraishi senpai. I will go to the ninja tool shop, mother, you don't have to worry. There are many ninja cats there, very cute. The woman said hesitantly. But will it be too much trouble for others? Uchiha Izumi shook his head. Shiraishi senpai doesn't care. He is the only one in the ninja tool shop. He said he welcomes me to go and hopes there will be someone to chat with. Not only me, Shiraishi senpai is the same to others. And I didn't bother Shiraishi senpai that much. I can play with those ninja cats. By the way, today Shiraishi senpai's ninja cat Mako senpai also guided me in training. The woman frowned. Ninja training? Yes. Uchiha Izumi nodded seriously. The woman opened her mouth, wanting to ask Uchiha Izumi not to be so obsessed with becoming a powerful ninja. But the words did not come out. Because the woman had said this many times. But it was useless. She knew her own daughter. Uchiha Izumi looked weak and soft on the outside, but in fact, she was a very determined person. Once she made a decision, she would never give up easily. Half a month passed in a flash. In this half month, many things happened to the Uchiha. With the reform of the guard department, the whole Konoha turned its attention to it. But the Uchiha did not reveal any flaws that were worthy of suspicion. The special training of the Uchiha 8th generation has not yet begun. The members of the Uchiha have taken on many high quality tasks, and the personnel of the patrol management department have basically been supplemented. The guard department is divided into two parts. One is the previous guard department, and the remaining dozen members are all cadres. The director is still the Uchiha 8th generation. The other is the patrol management department. Uchiha Shisu is the director of the patrol management department. With the acquisition of this position, people's impression of Uchiha Shisu is also changing. Before, when people mentioned Uchiha Shisu, they just said he was a genius of Uchiha with a promising future. But now, people think that Uchiha Shisu is already a figure. Shiraishi has also gained a lot in the past half month. Uchiha Izumi's favorability has increased to 78. Uchiha Sasuke only came once, and his favorability increased to 50. Uchiha Shisu sat opposite Shiraishi and took a long breath. He seemed to relax, leaned back on the back of the chair, picked up the cup in front of him, and took a sip of tea. So tiring. I used to think that such work wouldn't be that difficult or tiring. It's nothing more than sitting in an office and processing some documents. It's easy. But when I really did it myself, I realized that it's not easy at all. It's not easier than ninja training at all. Comparatively, I actually prefer to train in the training ground. At least I don't have to think about so many things. When the body is tired, you can rest. But when the mind is tired, sometimes you really want to rest, but you can't do it because there are things to worry about. No matter how tired you are, you can't sleep. Shiraishi gestured to the door. Then, Peiko Mako brought up the midnight snack prepared by Alice. You have really worked hard during this period, Shisu. During the whole process, Uchiha Shisu was communicating with Shiraishi. Therefore, Shiraishi knew Uchiha Shisu's situation very well. After half a month, it can be clearly seen that Uchiha Shisu's state has changed. Uchiha Shisu waved his hand. But as long as our plan can succeed, then everything I have done will be worth it. Fortunately, it is going smoothly now. Uchiha Shisu took out a document. The structure of the entire patrol department has been completed. I'm the director. It is divided into 6 teams, each responsible for 6 different areas. A team has 8 members, a captain, and 2 deputy directors, to assist me in handling things. One deputy director is a former Uchiha. The other deputy director was selected from the ninjas interview this time. Shiraishi took it, and looked at it. The names on it were all unfamiliar. In addition to the names, there was also information such as age, gender, and ninja level. Ordinary people and ninjas each accounted for half. However, most of these ninjas were genin, and only a few were chunin. There were no special jonin above chunin, and there was no jonin at all, not even one. Shiraishi could understand. After all, the current situation of Uchiha is still unclear. Anyone who has a way out will not want to participate in the Uchiha camp, but will avoid it. Only those who can't find any way out will take risks. Being able to become a special jonin, there is no shortage of work and income in the village. A familiar name came into Shiraishi's sight. Mizuki. Shiraishi couldn't help but frown when he saw this name. A Konoha chunin with weak strength and low reputation. But because of Orochimaru, he had several contacts with Uzumaki Naruto as a villain. He was also a classmate of Yuma no Iruka, Naruto's life mentor. The two used to be very good friends. But this was only one-sided. Iruka regarded Mizuki as a friend. Mizuki did not regard Iruka as a real friend. When he was a child, Mizuki just wanted to use Iruka's mediocrity to set off himself. When he grew up, because Iruka got the position of a formal teacher in the ninja school, and he was eliminated, he was jealous of Iruka, and cursed Iruka countless times in his heart. In addition, Shiraishi remembered that, when Mizuki was on a mission, he suffocated his teammates to death, because they were dragging his feet. A sophisticated egoist, he has no strength or talent. However, Shiraishi didn't think it was a bad thing for such a person to join the patrol department. Mizuki wanted to climb up, and the patrol department could give Mizuki this opportunity. It was a mutually beneficial thing for both parties. Mizuki got the opportunity to move up through the patrol department. Uchiha could rely on Mizuki to attract the hatred of the villagers. People like Mizuki would definitely be more harsh on the villagers than others for the opportunity to move up. Character or not is actually not that important to Uchiha. But the fact that Mizuki joined the guard department still made Shiraishi feel a little subtle. Chapter 20 Uchiha Fugaku's Choice. What Shiraishi wanted to do was to change the original plot. The future of the Uchiha clan was still unclear. But Mizuki's fate was definitely changed a lot. This made Shiraishi feel more deeply that he could change the plot. Shiraishi, what's wrong? Uchiha Shisu saw Shiraishi was distracted and asked. Nothing. Shiraishi shook his head. Shisu, how is the work of the patrol department going? Pretty good. Uchiha Shisu smiled. The members of the patrol department are not as strong as the members of the previous guard department, but when facing the villagers, they don't need to fight most of the time. So strength is not important. Everything can be handled. In terms of efficiency, because they are all new members, it will be lower, but there are more people, so overall it is not much different from before, and daily work can be completed. Now we just have to wait for the Hokage to discuss the new regulations. After saying that, Uchiha Shizu paused. More importantly, the current situation proves that the plan you proposed, Shiraishi, is indeed effective. Because the security department has existed for decades, it is unlikely to completely change the impression of Uchiha in the hearts of the villagers in a short period of time. However, with the establishment of the patrol department, some effects can be seen. Those villagers who have been dealt with by the patrol department have directed their dissatisfaction, resentment, and hatred towards the patrol department. Under my orders, the members of the patrol department never mentioned Uchiha, but only emphasized to the villagers that this is a regulation formulated by the village, and they are acting in accordance with the village regulations. In addition, what you said, Shiraishi, about the appeal. After the appeal, the members of the security department will mediate. That is, our Uchiha members. No matter what the result of the mediation is, they are more dissatisfied with the members of the patrol department or the village regulations and will be grateful to our Uchiha members. Gradually, their impression of Uchiha will improve. I have seen this happen in many villages. In the long run, the impression of Uchiha among the villagers will definitely become good. Uchiha Shizu was very satisfied with the reform effect of the guard department. Shiraishi nodded. It's good to see the effect. Before, I just speculated and was not sure. Now under your operation, Shizu, I see the effect and I can rest assured. However, Shizu, in addition to the patrol department, we have two other aspects that need to be vigilant. Uchiha Shizu was stunned for a moment. Which two aspects? Shiraishi said. One is that there are many people in the village who have bad relations with us Uchiha, families, and forces. Seeing that the impression of us Uchiha has improved in the hearts of the villagers, they may secretly use means. The second is the people of the faction of Fugaku clan leader. The reform of the guard department was directly changed by Shizu and the 8th generation senior. They are definitely dissatisfied with this. And Shizu, you are so young now, and you have served as the head of the patrol department. There will definitely be people who will have opinions. Uchiha Shizu frowned. Shiraishi, what do you think they will do? Uchiha Shizu could understand that someone was targeting him from outside. Uchiha Shizu could also understand that someone was targeting him from inside, but it was hard to accept. Because Uchiha Shizu knew very well that everything he did was not for himself. It was for Uchiha and the village. Maybe they will create some trouble. Shiraishi said, and the worst possibility is that they will attack you, Shizu. Uchiha Shizu's pupils shrank. Attack me directly? This village is full of Konoha ninjas, so why would they go to such lengths? Shiraishi shrugged. I just said the worst possibility. But, Shiraishi's expression became serious. Shizu, you must be more careful and cautious. Your presence is very important to our plan. Once you encounter any accidents, the entire plan may not be able to continue. Other things can be solved, but Shizu, you must be alive. Uchiha Shizu nodded. I will pay attention. Uchiha residence. Clan building. An old man sat opposite Uchiha Fugaku. It was an elder of the Uchiha clan. Humph, too much. The 8th generation and Shizu, both of them are too much. The elder looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said, Clan leader Fugaku, don't you feel dissatisfied? You are the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, but they reformed the security department without consulting you at all. Do they still take you, the clan leader, seriously? Uchiha Fugaku was silent for a while. The affairs of the security department have indeed always been in charge of the 8th generation. They must have their own considerations for doing this, all for the sake of the clan. The elder became even angrier when he heard Uchiha Fugaku's answer. It is your attitude that will indulge them and make the family situation become divided and worse. Otherwise, we Uchiha would not be like this now. I will definitely bring up this matter at the next family meeting. Besides, Fugaku, if you don't consider yourself, don't you consider your son? If you continue like this, after you step down from the position of clan leader, will the position of clan leader belong to your son Uchiha Itachi, or to him Uchiha Shizu? Think about it carefully. The elder left. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the direction where the elder left. In addition to this, the old man has another identity, that is, Uchiha Fugaku's uncle, a real uncle. They are in the same camp, so their interests are the same as Uchiha Fugaku. As a real uncle, he can say such words to Uchiha Fugaku. The position of clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flickered. Itachi's talent is not inferior to Shizu at all. He was just born a few years later. The words of the real uncle persuaded Uchiha Fugaku. I really should do something. On the other side, in a dark basement, an old man with bandages wrapped around his body sat on a chair with a desk in front of him. It can be seen that except for the fact that it is a basement and the surrounding light is dim, the layout here is exactly the same as that of Sarutobi Hirozen's Hokage office. Danzo-sama. A figure entered. How is the investigation of the patrol department going? Chapter 21 Sarutobi Hirozen's plan. Replying to Danzo-sama, the patrol department has been established. It has replaced the work of the previous guard department quite well. Now their working mode is like this. The ninja below told him the information he had collected one by one. I know, you go down first. Yes, Danzo-sama. After the ninja below left, Shimura Danzo looked in the direction of the Uchiha base. His face darkened. Uchiha Shizu. After many years, a smart person has appeared in Uchiha again. reform the guard department and transfer the villagers' dissatisfaction to the patrol department and the village leaders. The Uchiha people have played the role of the good guys instead. And they haven't lost control of the guard department. What a good plan. Shimura Danzo has no good feelings towards the Uchiha people. On the one hand, it is some things that some Uchiha people have done. On the other hand, it is his dislike for Uchiha Kagami. Moreover, after inheriting Senju Tobirama's views on Uchiha, Shimura Danzo also strengthened them. Uchiha, born evil. Shimura Danzo was extremely wary of Uchiha, and after seeing the reform of the guard department, Shimura Danzo's fear of Uchiha increased significantly. However, the reform of the guard department was able to go so smoothly because of Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo turned his gaze to the direction of the Hokage building. Hiruzen, you are too greedy. Do you think you can control the Uchiha, who even Hashirama and Tobirama couldn't control? Support the reform of the guard department, train Uchiha Shisu, suppress Uchiha Fugaku, and split the Uchiha into two factions, with you in a high position, so that both sides need you. In this way you can achieve the goal of controlling the Uchiha. If you really achieve your goal, then the position of Hokage will really belong to your Sarutobi clan forever. But what makes you think you can do it? Just because you wrote in the introductory book of the ninja school that you are the strongest Hokage of all generations? Uchiha and Hinata are completely different. There is only one bird in the cage. Hiruzen, you are playing with fire. If you keep a wolf that you can't tame in a cage, you will definitely suffer a backlash. I'll wait and see. Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed. But even if the possibility of success is not high, I have to do something. I still have to try my hand at the position of Hokage. I can even use Hiruzen's process of playing with fire. Destroy Hiruzen and Uchiha. As long as I inherit the position of Hokage, the village will definitely be united. Under my leadership, we will return to the true peak of Konoha and surpass other ninja villages. Hokage building. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Shisu entered the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Shisu, how is the security department? No, the patrol department? Hokage-sama, it's going very smoothly. Uchiha Shisu said, thanks to the arrangement of Hokage-sama, the patrol department has perfectly replaced the work of the previous security department, and I, the head of the patrol department, have also been recognized by everyone. Now there are still some problems with the ninja village ordinance. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I will arrange this. I have already notified them in advance. A meeting will be held soon. Great, thank you, Hokage. Uchiha Shisu showed a happy expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. As the Hokage, this is what I should do. It's just that there are too many things to do in the village and I'm too busy, so this aspect has been delayed. Shisu's reform of the guard department is just an opportunity. Next, what are your plans, Shisu? Uchiha Shisu said, Hokage, this is my plan. When the regulations of the patrol department are issued, I will first promote the regulations and popularize them within the village. Based on this, we will carry out several activities. Everyone understands the regulations, and the probability of violating the regulations will be much smaller. Then, I want to get the position of the head of the guard department. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while. The current head of the guard department is Uchiha Yashiro, right? Yes. Do you need any help? Uchiha Shisu hesitated. Hokage-sama, the 8th generation senior is already old, and it is almost time for him to retire from the position of the head of the guard department. However, after the 8th generation senior retires, there will be several candidates, and I don't have much advantage among them. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I understand. There may be some things in the village next. You must seize the opportunity, Shisu. Yes, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Shisu left. Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking about how to help Uchiha Shisu. Uchiha Shisu's strength is up to the standard. What he lacks is age, qualifications, and reputation. However, as for reputation, with the establishment of the patrol department, Uchiha Shisu's reputation is not bad. But the problems of age and qualifications cannot be made up for in a short time. If you want others to ignore these 2 points of Uchiha Shisu, you must let Uchiha Shisu have better achievements. The battlefield is the best place. But now there is no war. Then, it can only be a mission. Uchiha Shisu has the support of some members within the Uchiha clan. With my encouragement, If we can complete another A-level mission in the village. No, just an A-level mission is not enough. We need an S-level mission to fully guarantee it. However, in this mission, it would be best if Uchiha Shisui and the people of the Uchiha Fugaku faction could have even more irreconcilable contradictions and conflicts. Not just a struggle for power. That would be the best result. We need to plan a little. A figure came to the ninja tool shop. Shiraishi senpai. Izumi, good morning. Good morning. Shiraishi senpai, is Mako senpai free today? Yes. Shiraishi nodded. Come in, don't rush to train yet. Alice made some desserts, new ones, try them. Okay, thank you. You're welcome, we are already friends. Shiraishi smiled and took Uchiha Izumi to the lounge. The desserts had been placed on the table in advance. It smells so good. Uchiha Izumi sniffed. Try it, this is a new product. I hope it tastes good. If there are any problems, please point them out, so Alice can modify it according to our suggestions. Shiraishi was just saying this casually. Alice's cooking skills, in this world, can basically be regarded as flawless. The main purpose is to give Uchiha Izumi a feeling of being needed, and improve Uchiha Izumi's favorability. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22. Favorability level is about to reach 90 points. It's delicious. Uchiha Izumi looked at Shiraishi while eating the dessert. Shiraishi senpai, this dessert is perfect. I can't find any flaws. It tastes better than all other desserts in the village. There is no need to modify it at all. Really? I'll try it too. Shiraishi took a bite and nodded. It's really good. After eating the dessert, Uchiha Izumi put down the plate in his hand. Shiraishi senpai, I'm done. Then I'll go to the backyard to find Mako senpai for training. Okay, go ahead. Shiraishi looked at Uchiha Izumi's back. 81, a very good brother. 9 points left. Shiraishi retracted his gaze. Because the basic number of favorability is here, the improvement will be slower than before, but in 2 or 3 days, it will be almost there, and there will be no accidents. With 90 points of favorability, you can make a request. You will get a response. You can strengthen another ninja cat. I will get a reward. Shiraishi glanced in the direction of the ninja cats, and looked forward to it. Even though Shiraishi had already requested 3 times. But the situations in the previous 3 times were somewhat different from this time. Uchiha Shisui's basic favorability had already reached over 80. And Ayame's basic favorability had also reached over 80. It was easy for Shiraishi to raise the favorability of the 2 to 90. As for Hyuga Hinata, Shiraishi felt a little puzzled. It was not because of Shiraishi's own efforts, but more like a benefit that was delivered to him on his own initiative. The first person who was raised from a low favorability to a high favorability was Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke were still far behind. Tomorrow is still Uchiha Izumi's rest time. Maybe we can think of a way. Otherwise, we have to wait until next week. Uchiha Izumi is still a student at the ninja school and needs to go to the ninja school for classes. A week, 5 days of classes, 2 days of rest. A week is also a week. It can't be wasted. Ron looked at Violet. Violet, sir, go to the backyard and see Uchiha Izumi. I need to know if Uchiha Izumi wants anything or if he has any troubles. This is your mission today. Yes, sir. Violet went to the backyard. Shiraishi sat on a chair in the ninja tool shop, waiting for customers to come. A fat orange cat came in front of Shiraishi, jumped lightly, and jumped onto Shiraishi's legs, curled up his whole body, and purred. Shiraishi rubbed the head of the fleshy orange cat. Meow. The orange cat called out comfortably. An Uchiha ninja walked in. Boss, I want 10 shurikens and 3 detonating tags. Okay, wait a minute. Shiraishi stood up. Before Shiraishi stood up, the orange cat had already jumped down. The heavy body landed very softly. There was only a little sound. Shiraishi entered the warehouse to take the ninja tools. The ninja cats in the ninja tool shop were staring at the Uchiha ninjas vigilantly, as if they were worried that the Uchiha ninjas would steal things from the store while Shiraishi was away. If a person showed such a look, it would only disgust people. But now it was a ninja cat who did this, and the Uchiha ninja just found it interesting. Okay. Soon, Shiraishi walked out and handed the things to the other party. At the same time, he took the banknotes handed over by the other party. Welcome to visit next time. It won't be too long. Now we have a lot more ninjas carrying out missions. Every mission will consume a lot of money. Without waiting for Shiraishi to ask, the Uchiha ninja took the initiative to say, the reform of the guard department has a great impact on us Uchiha. I just don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Your Excellency was a ninja in the guard department before. The other party nodded. Yes. Being in the guard department has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that there is no need to engage in any battles and the danger is very low, but those villagers are too difficult to deal with. It is obviously their fault and they violated the regulations, but they always refute with confidence. Once we take a tougher attitude, the result will be that we are harsh on them. It seems that we are wrong, not them. At one point, I doubted the meaning of that job. Such a phenomenon definitely exists. Beishi knows it very well. However, these people in the guard department are not completely flawless every time. In fact, there are bad people in every camp and every class. In the mountains, the people are simple and honest. But there are also bad people in poor mountains and bad waters. Among the grassroots, there are people who serve the people. But there are also worms who abuse their power for personal gain. When you are a mission ninja, you won't encounter these troubles, but the danger is much higher and you are more likely to get hurt. But from the perspective of the Uchiha family, the reform of the guard department seems to be successful. The villagers' resistance and disgust towards us have been transferred more to the current members of the patrol department. After the other party said a lot, he came back to his senses. I accidentally said so much. Sorry, I have to go on a mission. Goodbye, boss. Goodbye, I wish you a smooth mission. Thank you. Shiraishi looked at the other party's back as he left. If even these people feel the changes, then it means that the results of the patrol department are already good. At noon, Uchiha Izumi had lunch at the ninja tool shop. However, what he ate was not only Alice's food, but also the bento made by Uchiha Izumi's mother. Uchiha Izumi's mother felt that no matter how good Shiraishi was, it was always a bad thing for Uchiha Izumi to trouble Shiraishi like this. So she asked Uchiha Izumi to bring some gifts when he came to the ninja tool shop. In the afternoon, Uchiha Izumi's training continued. Violet came to Shiraishi. My lord. Violet, what do you mean? My lord, Uchiha Izumi just wants to become a ninja as soon as possible. To graduate. Yes. Shiraishi looked towards the backyard. It was not until the evening that the sky darkened. Uchiha Izumi finished his training and came to the door of the ninja tool shop. Senior Shiraishi, goodbye. Goodbye. After Uchiha Izumi left, Shiraishi looked at Mako Hirako. Maki, how strong is Uchiha Izumi now? Has he reached the level of a genin? Not much. Shiraishi nodded. Then he thought in his mind how to use this to improve Uchiha Izumi's favorability. Suddenly, Shiraishi thought of someone. Mizuki. I wonder if Iruka has become a teacher at the ninja school now. Chapter 23 Mizuki. Thank you Uchiha. Violet, come with me. Yes, sir. A man and a cat walked out of the Uchiha clan's residence. Shiraishi brought Violet to the vicinity of the guard department. It was indeed the same as what the Uchiha member who came to the ninja tool shop had described. When some villagers looked at the Uchiha members, their eyes were a little different from before. There were not many, but there were some. Especially near the guard department. Violet, have you seen Mizuki? My lord, I have seen him. He is now in the guard department, reporting to Uchiha Shisu. Shiraishi raised his eyebrows slightly. When Mizuki leaves, let me know. Also, if Shisu comes out first, let me know too. Yes, sir. Guard department. Not only is it a department, it is divided into two parts, but also the office area inside is divided into two parts, with two different entrances, and the offices are not connected. There is no other connection, except that they are nearby. Mizuki enters the office of the head of the patrol department. Uchiha Shizu sits on the chair. Minister. Mizuki is here. Is there anything going on today? No. Mizuki shook his head and said, it's just the ordinary matters. I've already dealt with them. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. Minister, you're too kind. This is what we should do. Uchiha Shizu nodded. Nothing else. Mizuki, you can go home now. Have a rest early. You still have to go to work tomorrow. Most of our department on you now, so you captains need to be more responsible. Yes, Minister. Mizuki left. Bang. When he left, he closed the door. Mizuki looked back at the minister's office, with a hint of envy in his eyes. At this age, he has become the head of a department. It's really enviable. But who can blame me for being an Uchiha? Who can blame me for being a genius since childhood? But the emergence of the patrol department is also a great opportunity for me. No, it can even be said to be the only opportunity. Mizuki looked in the direction of the Hokage building. The village leaders are unfair. There is no way for ordinary ninjas like us to move up. The selection of people by the higher ups is not based on actual conditions. It is very random and does not consider ability at all. Now, I have finally seized an opportunity to move up. Even if the Uchiha has a bad relationship with the village leaders. But, such a ninja family will not be destroyed. As long as the Uchiha does not disappear, the guard department and the patrol department will not disappear. I can be a Kada, not an ordinary ninja. Violet looked at Shiraishi. Sir, Mizuki is out. Okay. Shiraishi retracted his gaze from the patrol department and turned to the other side until Mizuki left. Violet, let's follow him. Yes, sir. Violet led the way. Not long after, a figure met Mizuki on the other side of the street. It was Iruka. The two met and chatted for a few words and then entered a nearby handmade ramen shop. This is a coincidence. Shiraishi looked in the direction of the handmade ramen shop. Violet, let's go in too. One person and one cat walked in. At this time, Mizuki and Iruka had already ordered their own ramen and found a table to sit down. Shiraishi. Hand-beating uncle. Ayame sister. What would Shiraishi like to order? Still the same as before. Okay, wait a moment. Shiraishi sat down at the front desk and looked at everyone in the store. 91. A very good brother. 80. People who like ramen are not bad. 36. With a ninja cat. Is it an Uchiha? 25. An Uchiha. The number 36 is Mizuki. It is normal that Mizuki has a higher favorability than normal people in the village. After all, Mizuki is now working in the patrol department. The patrol department gave Mizuki a chance, so Mizuki will naturally have a higher favorability towards the Uchiha people. The number 25 is Iruka. Iruka's parents both died on the night of the nine-tailed fox. Even though there is no clear evidence that the Nine-Tails Night was caused by Uchiha, there are many people who secretly think so. In addition, Shimura Danzo fanned the flames. There was also the Sharingan pattern that appeared on the Nine-Tails eyes on the Nine-Tails Night. Therefore, Iruka put some of his resentment on Uchiha. At least for now, Iruka cannot say that he has completely eliminated his resentment towards Uchiha. Iruka has a good mentality to have a favorability of 25. Mizuki, congratulations. Congratulations. Mizuki smiled and said, now we have finally achieved our childhood goals. Iruka, you have become a teacher at the ninja school, and I have become the captain of the patrol department. From now on, we will no longer be ordinary ninjas. Before entering the patrol department, Mizuki and Iruka both applied for jobs at the ninja school and also did internships for a period of time. However, the result was that Iruka was admitted while Mizuki was eliminated. This caused Mizuki to collapse mentally for a time. All along, in Shumu's heart, he was the better one. If there was a choice between the two, Iruka should have been eliminated instead of himself. But in such an important matter, Iruka won. This was a huge blow to Shumu. He hated the village and Iruka. Now, after getting the position of the patrol captain, Shumu's mentality has recovered a little. Shumu's second sentence made Iruka somewhat disagree, but after hesitating for a while, Iruka still did not refute, but asked, Shumu, how is the work of the patrol department? Shumu said, it's okay, but those villagers are not easy to deal with, and I need to be tough. This is completely different from what you and I thought before. Before, we all thought that it was the people from the security department who were deliberately making things difficult for the villagers. But now that I have really done this job, I know that it is not the case at all. It is those villagers who deliberately violated the regulations, even though they knew the regulations. After violating the regulations, they pretended to be pitiful, morally blackmailed, and played rogue to gain sympathy. Iruka was a little skeptical. Is that so? Yes. Mizuki nodded. I've only been working for such a short time, and I've already been complained about several times. Fortunately, the director is still rational. He didn't simply reprimand us, but was able to reason with us. Iruka shook his head. It seems that our work is not that easy. Now I lead a class, and some students are also giving me a headache. They know it's wrong, but they still make the same mistake. But it's a good sense of accomplishment to be able to teach them well. By the way, Mizuki, maybe you can treat those villagers like I treat those students? Mizuki was stunned. Chapter 24 Shisu, I think Itachi will betray. It's different. Mizuki shook his head. It's impossible. Those students are just like that, because of their personality and love of playing, but the villagers I'm facing are all for the sake of profit. How can it make sense to talk about profit? It's impossible. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Our minister said that in a few days, the village leaders will formulate more detailed regulations. When those regulations come down, there won't be so many controversial areas. The villagers will be easier to manage. Iruka nodded. The ramen is ready. Iruka sighed while eating ramen. After a day's work, I can taste such delicious ramen. It's really a blessing. It's affordable and delicious. Mizuki said, Iruka, when my salary this month comes, I will treat you to barbecue. No, I'll treat you. Let me do it. Shiraishi ate ramen. But the ramen that Shiraishi used to taste very good. Now when Shiraishi eats it again, it feels a little worse. It's not that the handmade skills have declined, but Shiraishi has eaten too much of Alice's cooking. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. But this situation is different from the situation of God's tongue. Shiraishi just feels that the taste is not as good as before, and he is not anorexic. Hand-beating uncle, I'm done eating, and will go back first. Okay, take care. After walking out of the hand-beating ramen shop, Shiraishi asked Violet. Violet, does the hand-beating uncle want anything? My lord, he wants to pursue a higher level of cooking, and wants a new ramen recipe. For the former, all Shiraishi can do is let Alice teach hand-beating. However, the situation is a bit complicated, so it is a bit difficult to operate. But for the latter, Shiraishi can do it now. It is very easy for Alice to create a few ramen recipes that do not exist in this world. Even if Alice's creation is not good enough, Shiraishi can help Alice improve it through the ability of God's tongue. The person who responded to the hand-beating uncle's favorability should also be a chef-type person. You can share a little of Alice's work, but it must be much more difficult to improve the hand-beating uncle's favorability than to improve Ayame's favorability. One recipe is not enough. Back at the ninja tool shop, it was already past business hours, and Shiraishi closed the door directly. Not long after, Uchiha Shisu entered. Shisu. Shiraishi. Uchiha Shisu sat down opposite Shiraishi, drank a sip of tea first, then picked up the snacks on the table and started eating. After seeing this, a ninja cat couldn't help but come over to Uchiha Shisu. Meow. Uchiha Shisu glanced at Shiraishi. Can you give it to it? Sure. Uchiha Shisu took a piece and threw it to the ninja cat. The ninja cat left with the snacks in satisfaction. Shisu, I ran into Mizuki from your patrol department tonight. Mizuki? Where? The handmade ramen shop. Did you go there to eat ramen tonight? Shiraishi, I knew you should have told me. I also went to that ramen shop. Maybe if you stayed longer, you could run into me. I just thought of going there at the last minute. Shiraishi continued. The friend with Mizuki is a guy named Iruka. From their conversation, he's a teacher at the ninja school, so I wanted to ask Shisu if you could do me a favor. What favor? I want to know about the application for early graduation from the ninja school. Early graduation? Uchiha Shisu was stunned. But Shiraishi, you have already graduated, haven't you? It's not me. Shiraishi shook his head and said, some time ago, a junior of our Uchiha often came to the ninja tool shop, so I asked Mako Hirako to give her some guidance. It turned out that she has good talent and strength. It's a bit of a waste of time for her to continue staying in the ninja school, and she seems to want to graduate early. Originally, I was going to ask Itachi, but today I unexpectedly ran into Mizuki and Iruka. Iruka is a teacher at the ninja school and must know more about the current situation, so I asked you, Shisu. Uchiha Shisu hesitated for a moment and agreed. No problem, I'll ask Mizuki tomorrow. By the way, Shiraishi, has Itachi come to the ninja tool shop during this period? Not much. I haven't seen him for many days. Shiraishi replied. Uchiha Shisu frowned. I don't know what he's doing. I haven't seen him for many days. I've tried to find him several times, but I didn't see him. Shiraishi, do you think Itachi will break off relations with us because the chief of the Fugaku clan saw through my thoughts? Uchiha Shisu suspected. Because of the reform of the guard department, Uchiha Shisu had already felt that the Uchiha of Uchiha Fugaku's faction had changed their attitude towards him. Uchiha Shisu guessed that those people of Uchiha Fugaku had already developed a fear of him. And Uchiha Itachi is Uchiha Fugaku's son. No matter how good it was said before, after all, the relationship between father and son is the relationship between father and son. Not that bad. Shiraishi said, Itachi is not that kind of person. He himself is dissatisfied with senior Fugaku. Moreover, in Itachi's heart, the village and the clan are greater than the family. Didn't I test it before? Shiraishi was very sure of this. Uchiha Itachi cared about anyone, but not Uchiha Fugaku. What's a mere father? Uchiha Shisu still has a heavy weight in Uchiha Itachi's heart. Konoha village, will of fire, Uchiha Sasuke, and then it will be Uchiha Shisu's turn. Uchiha Shisu was silent for a while. Let's wait and see. If Itachi really breaks off relations with us, there is nothing we can do. For the sake of Uchiha and the village, I must carry out our plan. However, Shiraishi, Itachi knows the relationship between the two of us. You reminded me to be careful before. Now you have to pay more attention to safety. Do you want me to arrange 2 ninjas to come? Shiraishi shook his head quickly. No, I have the ninja cats, and Shisu, don't underestimate me too much. My talent and strength are indeed not as good as yours, Shisu, but it's not that bad. I still have the strength of a Chunin. Uchiha Shisu was still a little hesitant. But the strength of a Chunin may not be enough. Shiraishi gestured to the direction of the door. Makiko, come in. Sir. Hirako Mako walked in. Shisu, how strong do you think Mako is? Chapter 25. Hirako Mako's strength. Uchiha Shisu looked at Hirako Mako. Uchiha Shisu was not surprised by Shiraishi's strength as a Chunin. After all, Shiraishi had graduated for more than a year. Shiraishi's talent was not good, but it was compared to himself. Among ordinary ninjas, Shiraishi's talent was not bad. The last among the top students, but he was still a top student, much stronger than the poor students. But Uchiha Shisu did not think that the strength of a Chunin was enough under the current circumstances. As for Hirako Mako, could it be that he has the strength of a special Jonin level? Shiraishi smiled. I say, Shisu, you will definitely not believe it. Why not try it in the backyard? Uchiha Shisu's eyes lit up slightly. Okay. Then, he stood up. 1 cat and 2 people came to the backyard. Uchiha Shisu and Hirako Mako fought against each other. Shiraishi stood at the entrance of the backyard. Start. The next moment, Hirako Mako's figure flashed. A knife flashed. Ding. Uchiha Shisu held a kunai and blocked Hirako Mako's slash. However, this was just the beginning. 1 attack was blocked, and the second attack came immediately. So fast. Uchiha Shisu's expression became serious. As soon as they fought, Uchiha Shisu could feel that Hirako Mako was definitely not an ordinary person. Just this speed and swordsmanship, it has reached an extremely strong level. Uchiha Shisu compared Hirako Mako with the swordsmanship ninjas in the village. Kakashi from the Hatake family. Gekko Hayate from the Gekko family. Kakashi's situation is a bit special. Unlike his father, he did not focus on swordsmanship, but relied more on ninjutsu and the transplanted Sharingan to earn the name of a copy ninja. But Kakashi is also not weak in swordsmanship. Uchiha Shisu found that Hirako Mako's swordsmanship was even better than Kakashi and Gekko Hayate. Illusion. Sharingan. 3 Magatama rotated above Uchiha Shisu's eyes. However, Hirako Makoto was not completely ignorant of Uchiha Shisu's abilities. Moreover, Hirako Makoto was good at illusions. At the moment, when Uchiha Shisu used illusions, he directly shifted his sight away. But the knife in his hand did not stop. It was Uchiha Shisu who was a little careless, because he thought his illusion was effective. By the time he reacted, it was too late. His clothes were cut by Hirako Makoto's knife. Illusion instant body technique. Uchiha Shisu stepped back and quickly formed a seal. In an instant, more than a dozen figures appeared and surrounded Hirako Makoto. Hirako Makoto stood in place, holding the sword with one hand. Be careful. Uchiha Shisu's voice rang out. Then, more than a dozen figures all rushed towards Hirako Makoto. And at this moment, fall down, reverse stroke. Uchiha Shisu's senses were all reversed in an instant, up and down, left and right, front and back, the direction he saw. Bang! With a stumble, Uchiha Shisu could not maintain his balance, and fell to the ground. Hirako Mako put away his sword, and returned to Shiraishi. Uchiha Shisu got up from the ground. What was that just now? An illusion? Reversed my senses? Uchiha Shisu looked at Hirako Mako with burning eyes, and then shifted his gaze to Shiraishi. Uchiha Shisu was too surprised by Hirako Mako's strength. It was too unexpected for Uchiha Shisu. Uchiha Shisu thought that Hirako Mako's strength, no matter how strong it was only at the level of a special jonin. But he didn't expect that he could hold his own with his swordsmanship. Moreover, after he used the phantom body instant technique, he also used such a strong illusion. That's right. Shiraishi nodded and said, this is Mako's ability. Now, Shisu, you can rest assured about my safety, right? Ordinary ninjas can't threaten me. Uchiha Shisu said in amazement. Mako's strength is not inferior to mine. With Mako by your side, ordinary ninjas really can't threaten your safety, Shiraishi. The ninjas I can command are not as good as him. I didn't expect there would be such a strong ninja cat. This is different from Uchiha Shisu's previous understanding of ninja cats. According to Uchiha Shisu's understanding of ninja cats, most ninja cats are not strong. They are just small in size, easy to move, and widely distributed, so they have some advantages in obtaining intelligence. Uchiha ninjas often buy intelligence from ninja cats. There are very few ninja cats that can reach the strength of Chunin. The next day, in the morning, Uchiha Izumi came very early. Shiraishi invited Uchiha Izumi to drink some morning tea, and then asked Mako to take Uchiha Izumi into the backyard for training. On the other side, patrol department. Mizuki. Uchiha Shisu called Mizuki. Minister, what's up? I heard that Mizuki has a friend who is a teacher at the ninja school. Yes, but he has only been a teacher for a short time. I have a junior who has some ideas about applying for an early graduation exam. So I want you to find out what the current policy for early graduation exams is. Is it convenient? It's convenient. Mizuki's eyes lit up. After entering the patrol department, Mizuki wanted to continue to climb up, and was worried about not having a way to get closer to Uchiha Shisu. Now that he had the opportunity to help Uchiha Shisu, how could Mizuki refuse? It just so happens that my friend is on vacation today. Do you want me to ask him to come to the patrol department? No need for that. It's too troublesome. Just sort out the policy for early graduation exams that your friend mentioned and give it to me. Okay. The work of the patrol department team is patrolling. Mizuki can patrol directly to the vicinity of Iruka's residence. Iruka. Mizuki asked the team members to stay downstairs and went upstairs himself. Mizuki? Iruka opened the door and was a little surprised to see Mizuki. Aren't you at work today? How do you have time to come here? I just happened to be patrolling here. There is something I need your help with. What help? I need information about the ninja school's early graduation exam policy. Early graduation? Yes, one of our director's juniors is preparing to apply, so he wants to know what the situation is. That's a coincidence. I just happened to bring back a relevant document. I'll get it for you. Iruka turned and went into the room. Soon, he came out with a document. This is it. Mizuki took it quickly, his face lit up. Iruka, thank you. I'll treat you to barbecue next time. I owe you twice. Patiently, after the morning work was over, Mizuki quickly entered Uchiha Shisu's office and handed over the document. Director, this is the information for early graduation. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.